Guy on screen here. Hello, 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 everyone. I hope that everybody is doing okay. Welcome to the Shakespeare stream. As you may have noticed, I had to take a bit of a break because I having some operations, and so I don't want to get into detail. But if you'd like to help me out with paying the medical bills, you could do so via Throne. I have it there, but also through my Linktree. You have my Cash App, Venmo, etc. for you to help me with, as well as you can tip me on here as well if necessary. But for today, what I wanted to talk about was the lawsuit that Logan Paul is going to do against CoffeeZilla. Now, I normally don't really like, this is not really typically something to talk about, but like I actually have in fact, I first started watching CoffeeZilla back in Mexico City, right? A long time ago, and it was like during Pride Month too. I was just like watching his stuff over and over. But in essence, he's a person that has consistently worked to just kind of show where people have been defrauded and by whom, right? Like by exposing people. And I think that like any lawsuit by someone who himself defrauded people against CoffeeZilla is just a bad idea. But regardless, we also are going to go over the Christian Nationalist Constitution, which is literally just that. Like, I had shown it to Irene, but it was kind of difficult because it's a very large document, right? Like, it's kind of hard to like parse through all of its like very verbose language, right? But I think that Owen Morgan does a very good job of like going through it, very rather quickly. And we're gonna go over some more like pseudo archaeology, pseudo history stuff afterwards. So that's the plan for today. I hope that everybody is getting nice and cozy, and I can turn down this music. Yes. Also, I hope that that everyone is doing well. So I've mentioned the pastor that's on here, Joel Webbin, before, and he's literally this like so he's originally from Texas, and he moved to California, to San Diego, and apparently like it was too woke for him, which I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, San Diego is like one of the most expensive cities in California. Like, the suburbs are like, very white, etc. But of course, wokeness drove him away. And so he wrote this book called Fight by Flight, right? Where it's just essentially like, if you're a conservative Christian, you should move away from blue places, I guess. And so that's his whole shtick. He's also one of the guys that interviewed Stephen Wolfe, who wrote the book The Case for Christian Nationalism. And Joel also said that like Clarence Thomas, George Washington, and himself are the same ethnicity, which is interesting because I've literally, never really heard that type of inclusion. And hello, Philippe Auguste, and welcome in, Thomas. I appreciate you being here. So for first, I decided that it would be good to start with the kind of more how should I put it? The more academic side of things. So, I'm going to just keep myself over Joel Webbin because he literally looks like Matt Walsh, but with like a GigaChad filter on him, because he just has like a bigger jaw, right? That's really about it. That's like all you need to know about Joel. You can call me René. Okay, René. So.
Is a man named Joel Webbin. I've talked about him a few times on my channels, but I want to talk about him again for a second because apparently he wrote a Christian nationalist constitution, like something that can
Oh, thank you so
substitute
much,
the
Thomas.
U.S. Constitution, and he's pushing for this Christian constitution to replace it. Going to
And yeah, like he's not exaggerating when he says they wrote it because they want to see this is something I actually have said before about like leftists, like communists, etc., blah blah blah, you know, creating the institutions that will take, or the embryonic institutions that will then facilitate the transition, right, the revolutionary transition from one form into the next form, right? Like to put us on the socialist road, right? We don't want to just, you know, use the master's tools, right, so to speak. And so it's interesting insofar as like right wing people have also come to what essentially like the Bolsheviks came to, right? That it's like, okay, we have founded this government structure, right? And so it will replace whatever used to be the, you know, after the deposition of the Tsar, etc., right, with the State Duma, that then, right, they will, you know, instead have like the Supreme Soviet, etc., blah, 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 right, all of that stuff. In the same way, you have right wingers noting that, like, well, if we want the Constitution, which is like something that's holding them back from, you know, being, you know, going full on hog wild, right? You know, I mean, like literally, I mean, some of these people are so like slippery, right? I mean, like they're slippery, you know, they're more slippery, you know, than an oiled up pig in a Tennessee barbecue. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of the thing, right? Like they have started to, and this is something I actually discussed with someone who started a publication, but I'm not going to get into what publication it is or what organization it is because that's not important. But like they saw the importance of like, well, the day after, right, you know, quote unquote, the revolution, right? Well, there's going to be the need of a legal system. There's going to be the need of, you know, all of this stuff. So, smells like Chile or Israel? What? Ah, simple Spanish is good for my, yeah. Time to get rid of the latifundia and the corporate owner. I mean, yeah, for real though.
read the Christian constitution that this guy wrote. If you don't know who he is, just give a little bit of an intro here. This is where he talks about his ideal world.
That's not the way power works. Evangelicals have to stop viewing power as icky. Biblically speaking, and historically, the last 2,000 years of history, both biblically and historically, bottom-up revival is not what God does. I'm not saying he...
See, he's anti-bottom. How can we live in a world that's anti-bottom? Top supremacy needs to end.
Can't do it. I think we should pray for it. But if we're talking about not what God can do or what he will do, what has God done? Statistically speaking, God has done top-down revival, right? So Josiah comes in as king and he says, I'm sorry, but the pagan sacrifices will stop by force. They're done. You're done. Right? That's, you have bad king. And here's the deal. The people, it's not that the people, if we can just get enough people to be morally better and be saved, then we can elect a good king. No, the people follow the kings.
He's saying that he wants to install a dictator who will force Christian belief, force Christian behavior on people. This next...
Well, and also another thing that I think Owen does get into this later. Power to the bottoms, right? Why don't the millennials want to bottom anymore? I mean... So, one thing that he didn't note, right, was that, hello, powerful finger, welcome in, so good to see you, was that, this is why, like, my own research actually kind of dovetails with this thing, is, yeah, CoffeeZilla is, I started watching him a long time ago, actually, in Mexico City, but, like, I had kind of, like, time had passed, right? Because I mean, especially because I already know crypto is BS, right? I was kind of like, all of the crypto content, I was kind of like, I get it, you know what I mean? They came up with Bussy after all. I mean, true. I watch him, but he still hits the liberal limit. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. It's your right to say. I mean, it's kind of like Owen Morgan, right? Right? He's like, you can say, you can write this document, and it's not bad. It's like, obviously, obviously this document is not good. You know what I mean? Yeah, we need increased regulation and responsibility, of course. That is the answer to everything. Hello, the anti-corporatist. Welcome in, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. But yeah, yeah, it's yeah. But what he's not noting, and the reason why this dovetails with my own research, which again you can always support on Throne, is although right now I have my medical expenses on there as my primary thing, because operations cost quite a bit of money in the United States, is that it would also enforce people who are not Christian, right, to behave as though they were Christian, right? Like literally, I'm talking about like this is why people shouldn't make Inquisition jokes, right? Because now we have a document by the Christian Nationalist that's sort of like, actually the Inquisition was like a good thing, right? Like that's what they're literally saying, right? And it's like, this is what happens when you don't understand what the Inquisition was, right? Like that it was like ethnic cleansing, genocide, blah blah blah. Like if you don't look at it through those lenses, right? Sounds like an excuse to hurt people. Exactly. Called in on Doomed with Matt Binder. Inquisition is good otherwise. Yeah. So, in fact, like I remember Joseph de Maistre, who, if you know again, I know of him through Irene, Chud Logic, right? Like that's what his picture was. So like when I first heard of this person, right, and I was told like, oh, Chud Logic, and I kind of, found out kind of what the word Chud meant. I'm like, well, of course he's that, right? Because he has Joseph de Maistre on his as his PFP, right? And it's like Joseph de Maistre who, wrote literally the book saying like praising the Spanish Inquisition, right? Like on the rectitude and righteousness of the saying that, like, anyway, I don't want to get too deep into that, but even the prods say that. Oh, you mean the prots? Well, these are Protestants, but they're like they're of the Reformed. He's like a Reformed Baptist, I believe, and then some of them are Reformed Presbyterians. The prods might want the Witchfinder generals back. I mean, so this dovetails like with my own research, right? With how like Jewish people had to, right, and there were many names given to this. One of the most egregious ones is one that I recommend that people don't say in this context, right? Unless you're talking about it in the historical sense, right? Which is marranos, right? Which literally means like pigs, right? But it's associated with filth, with something disgusting. But was used to describe Jewish people that had been forcefully converted to Catholicism, right? Like their Christianity was not seen as full or real as everybody else's, right? And so anyway, it goes into weird language about blood and everything, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like now we have people that are like, yeah, actually that was a good idea. Like if we enforce Christianity and its social mores on people, then everybody has to behave like they're Christian, right? Whether they are or not. So it's like, again, it would just be another like period from like 1380 to 1492, essentially, like 112 years of like where you had the largest mass forced conversions in Spain and Iberia to the expulsion of the Jewish people in 1492, right? So how my inner altar boy reacts. Oh my gosh. Okay, I fear that I am not long for this job. It's corporate. If I wanted corporate, I'd work in a cubicle. I'm a truck driver for a reason. Oh, I totally know about what you mean. Like that's the reason why like there are a lot of like private universities, right? That they're always hiring adjuncts, right? Because they don't want to pay us anything, right? But I'm just like, no, because I know that like they're like usually they're like Christian or stuff like that, right? like there's something underneath it, but it's like it's only there because it exists as like a neoliberal node, right, to take away money from, right, the public, the universal, right, the public university system, right. So that would be a lot of, and well, yeah, I mean, like that's the reason why, like, what people don't understand the magnitude of like hundreds, possibly, there is no accurate number because, one, this was in 1492, right? The 15th century is not exactly known for its very, good statistics. We don't know exactly the number of people that were expelled. We do know how it was, it essentially could, like a lot of the estimates, go into the hundreds of thousands, at least 200,000, if not more. But remember, this is at a time when the population was much, much smaller, right? It's kind of like with 200,000 people having perished in Gaza, that's 10% of their population. 1 in 10 of the people gone. You know what I mean? So it's, again, it has to be contextualized proportionately. So the fascist government in Greece thought that they will make everyone behave like Orthodox Christian. They were imprisoning women with short skirts and no scarf. Yeah, it's... Was this pre 1974 or 1970 in the 1970s? Is that you digging? Yeah, apparently so. I don't know why. It's like I never get notifications here, but actually, Pinky forwarded me this thing for More Perfect Union the other day, and it's about the genius truck drivers that are actually unionizing despite to keep us atomized. Yeah, like that's why there is has been, and again, I'm just saying this because other people have said it, right? So Twitch, don't even start with me. I'm just saying it for educational purposes only. Okay? Don't you start with me. Only educational purposes. That they wanted to start a, what's it called? A independent contractors union, which, like, the whole idea of independent contractors was as a way to contravene, right, to go to, right, to circumnavigate the need for such a workforce, right? But obviously, in many of those people's eyes, they're like the working conditions have just gotten worse and worse for independent contractors, and all of their protections are gone, right? Like it's no longer like, oh, an independent contractor is doing something extra at their own job, right? It's now people only work as independent contractors, right? So they have no protections whatsoever. I thought it was my WhatsApp. No. It's me. For some reason, it's like Uber Eats or something. I don't even know. The junta ended in the mid 70s after the clash and lost. Right, in 74. Yeah. But yeah, it was the junta in that lasted until the 74. I mean, because Greece still has an established church, even though it's a democratic republic or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, because it's called democratia, right? I can't even enjoy the fascist clash between Operation Gladio Turkey and Greece, because people on Cyprus suffered and suffer to this day, and Turkey is settling more and more people. Yeah, I mean, it is doing its own form of settler colonialism, which is not to say that the Turkish people that lived there pre-1974 and everything, right, like that they would be, for example, counted necessarily in that, right? But yeah. I mean, especially because it's like, what, 1/3 of the island. The northern third of the island is occupied by the, unrecognized Republic of Northern Cyprus. And then you have the British bases, right, that are permanent. In fact, they actually have the money you use on those bases. Because, like sometimes if you're flying over to the Middle East, sometimes you have to stop in Cyprus. And you can't go to Nicosia because their airport is in the no man's land between the northern and the south, anyway. Multi-personal equals yeah, right. No, right. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that like there were already Turkish people living there for hundreds of years, right? Since what, Selim the Second? If no, even earlier than that, this would have been like, I mean, like just from the first, Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but I'm so glad to hear. I'm so glad to hear that. And the anti-corporatist. The Golden Dawn too. Oh yeah, that's just all Uber detected you were talking about, right? Independent, multicultural, multilingual Cyprus. I mean, yeah, my 2 other corporate truck driving jobs actually had a camera that faced indoors, but only triggered if an event happened. So I put an old phone of mine in front of it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, imagine that is, oh gosh, I can't even, wow.
This clip is from
You deserve a Medal of Honor for that, anti-corporatist.
early May 2024.
We're degenerates. We're not even close to. We're degenerates. The Constitution is not suited for governing degenerates.
No, that's exactly what it's suited for.
Independent contractor Cyprus. I mean, you're not wrong, right? Because that's the relationship in many ways, if we could like boil it down to something, right? That imperialized countries have with imperializer countries, right? That like everything is outsourced, right? It's subcontracted, right? So yeah, it's actually,
Actually, it was written to govern people of any background or lifestyle or opinion of any sort, so that they don't interfere with the rights of others, but they can live their lives with maximal freedom. I don't know where he's getting this idea that the Constitution isn't designed to govern.
Hello, the Cubit. I'm good. How are you? How have things been? As I said, B-side Malta. Well, yeah. One thing I do find interesting is like that the British, apparently, from what I read anyway, is that the British invested a lot of money in preserving the Maltese language, which is the only Semitic language in European, in Europe, I should say. And they did that because they wanted to counteract the influence of Italian, right? Because otherwise, the Malta has, very close historical ties with Italy. So instead, they kept, investing, so then that way they could like keep that linguistic distance, right, between the two. Actually, because of tax loopholes like that, I actually did a little bit better. Money is independent. Well, right, like there are ways to do it where you could make more money, but then it's like, yeah, it just depends, right? It's very situational when it comes to enjoying my vacation, reading lots of books. No, that's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that.
Degenerates, like what?
For governing degenerates. For governing degenerates, and I'm curious your thoughts on this, if you agree, disagree. But I think for our population that is degraded morally and culturally, religiously, as far as we have, you need power. Men must be governed.
Also, I hate that he does look like Matt Walsh, like glasses and everything, except for like his the beard and everything makes him look like he has like a bigger like jaw, which I mean he does yes, but also like
What a weird thing to say.
you need a Caesar type, Now, if you're asking me my preference, that would probably be my preference.
Help get Shakespeare into that tax bracket for which independent contractor shenanigans can become profitable by subscribing $5.99 or free with Twitch Prime. That's right. Slightly. Yeah, Marketplace Matt Walsh. True. Yeah, they both have foolish takes. The only difference is this Matt Walsh, right? Like Giga Walsh, right? He doesn't like Matt Walsh because he's Catholic, right? Like he's super Protestant, right? I mean, he essentially wants a 30 years war in America, right? And he's like, I hate Matt Walsh, right? And it's like, bruh, you guys are literally like twins, but because they're both religious extremists, so to speak. Anyway, people have said. I have read of such things. I'm not claiming that independently necessarily, but you know, just the typical vocab, which means nothing. Degenerates, yeah. Moral decline, cultural decline. I mean, it's literally the same stuff. But this guy and Stephen Wolfe wrote the book, The Case for Christian Nationalism, right? It's this 500-page, doorstop at best. Like I wouldn't even use it for that. Like it's literally just Oswald sounds like he actually has Joel Webben actually has streams about like the new Kaiser and the new Caesar, all of that stuff. He does have that. But it's always couched in this like, oh, this pastor is also infamous because he literally tells his wife what she can and cannot read. Like if he says, "Oh, don't read that," she can't read it. Like he gets to choose that. Like, cuz this one has more of a forehead. Yes, that is how we're telling them apart, by forehead. And also, like, I mean, again, like, Matt Walsh tries to do the, like, like, almost kind of like J.D. Vance, right? Like, Matt Walsh is like J.D. Vance in many ways, right? Because, I mean, they're both Catholic. But they also try to do that thing that, like, what's his name? Tucker Carlson does, right? Where they try to be like, oh, I'm from the country. I'm, from the countryside. And it's like, you're not, though. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you're like the suburbs are not the countryside. I don't know who needs to tell you this, Matt, but you know what I mean? And you can say Anglo-Saxon all you want, but like it still doesn't stop you from being a suburban.
Be a constitutional republic, but I think the conditions for that is a moral people.
No, that's the point of a constitutional republic. People aren't all moral. It's designed to allow people of all lifestyles and moral principles and behaviors and backgrounds and beliefs to live together. Who told him that a constitutional republic like the United States was designed for a moral people and only moral people? That seems like a pretty big flaw to me.
I think you can work towards that in the future, but I don't think constitutioning even harder is going to get us out of our current mess.
No, it is actually constitutioning harder. The parts of the Constitution that say.
Oh my gosh, that is okay. So like, here's where again, look, you can whatever people want to say about Owen Morgan, the cynical historian. I've heard of that account. I don't think I've ever looked into any of the videos, but yeah, the Constitution myth. The Christian one is the one that the guy is saying. Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. He's critiquing the. So he's bringing up the why like we need a new constitution because he wrote this the Giga Walsh guy, right, and some of his like other friends, right, who are also really big into this. They all came together and like wrote this like manifesto essentially, but it's their Christian nationalist constitution, and it's like it has articles, it goes into detail, and some of the stuff actually is very contradictory because it like even in the Reformed tradition and the Kievet being from your part of the world, right, is a place that has, religious toleration, has a long history, right? And also, it also has a long history of having a lot of these disputes going on between the different Reformed churches, right? That's literally what, like, it would start. Like, it literally would just be, like, oh, but the Presbyterians say this, but the Calvinists say that, but the blah, it just... Myth Walsh? This is Myth Walsh. Giga Walsh. I don't know what else to call.
No Christian nationalism, no Christianity in government. Yeah, that would solve our problems. The issue is Christian nationalists breaking down parts of the Constitution, trying to reverse the interpretations.
I don't see us getting out of this apart from things getting worse and worse, and then eventually like a Caesar type rising through the ranks of populace.
See, Kievit, you called it. You called it to Kievit. You literally called it with the Caesar stuff. But of course, in this case, yeah. I mean, Owen's great. Owen's great. You know, he's very lived up, but he is great. You know, he is a cool dude. I was gonna try and like go to some event that he was gonna be at, but it just didn't work out. Myth Walsh. But you know, regardless, just sometimes I'm like, you can't equate fascists and leftists. Like, there is no comparison. The alt-right is very predictable. They yell. I mean, like, yeah, like the Freikorps. I mean, even before the 1920s, right? Like, even at the turn of the century, there was a lot of that, right? Like, after the unification of Germany, there was a lot of that too, right? Like,
You know, figure in the people.
why would a prod want a Roman figure and not a Lord Protector? Oh, well, again, it would be an Anglo-Protestant country, right? Like, that's his whole thing, right? He invented an ethnicity and then chose. Whoa, goodness gracious. Woo. Oh, thank you so much, Omega Star. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Standard classical Prussian. Yeah, but thank you so much, Omega Star. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for contributing to the fund so that way I can help pay through these medical expenses. I appreciate that. And so he created this, like, his own ethnic group, or with Stephen Wolf. I mean, if we want, we could watch a little bit of it. I don't, like, he has a stream that's literally titled White Boy Summer, right? And it's talking about how Clarence Thomas is the king of White Boy Summer. Do you see what he's doing? Like, do you see what he's trying to do? Right? This, like, oh, well, if you're Anglo-Protestant, right, now you're of the same ethnicity. And then he says George Washington and Clarence Thomas are the same ethnicity. And, like, they're, like, this guy who is, like, became, like, a, whatever they are, whatever his church is, that happens to be, like, Latino, and, like, forbids the use of Spanish in his own home, right? Oh, well, see, he's what's it called? He is actually attempting, or he's actually, like, he's actually assimilating, right? And so then that is, like, him being admitted into the Anglo-Protestant ethnicity, I guess. It's very, very. Let's watch what please laughed it off the video. Oh, yeah. Well, sounds to me like weird ideas like Eurasianism, Pan-Altaism, Pan-Turkism. I mean, you're not wrong, the Kievit. You're not wrong. I mean, definitely there's like there are some statements in the and I can link the document in a little bit, because I need to remember what it is, but I think he's gonna bring it up anyway. So then that way you guys can look it up and read through it if you want. But it's like Irene read a little bit of it on stream, and it's just, one, it's written so weirdly. Like, it's like they're doing that thing that, like, the Mormons did, right, with the Book of Mormon, where Joseph Smith wrote the book, instead of writing it as people spoke in the late 19th century, wrote it like it was written in the 17th century, which doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Is it it's possible due to, well, I mean, I wouldn't run that past them.
You know, the political will of the people. The people are desperate, and they're like, yes, do it, so and so, and then so and so, Constitution be damned, just rules with an iron fist.
Dictator. He wants a dictator. The fact that he uses the word populist correctly like this tells me he knows at least a little bit about World War II. Because that's like the most famous example, or most famous recent example of populist.
That is true, yes. LARP is a huge hobby of the alt/new/dissident right. Like, I literally, for some of my research, I've had to, engage with the text, right? Like, that's the reason why when people say, like, oh, as a historians, oh, all we do is just, like, insert wokeness and like, no, literally, one of my colleagues is literally sitting down and reading through all the 900 pages of Project 2025. Like literally, I know their progress, right? Like I know because they're taking notes for first an article and then eventually a book that they plan to publish, an academic book, right? That's all about these like attempts to shoehorn things like that into the United States. Do they have a military uniform, or is it just mesh caps and khakis? You mean like Patriot Front? Which, by the way, Patrick Bet David, right? That guy that has his show, right? I'm not going to say anything else about him because, there are allegations, but they are just that, allegations. Academia is just a woke echo chamber, right? Whereas, I kid you not, like Oren McIntyre, who's another like chud guy, literally is like, we decided to start our own university that's only right wing stuff. We're gonna teach you the truth. I'm like, okay, so what you're saying, and they even have for graduate students, and I'm like, everything about it is like you can intern at names 3 like right wing publications, 2 of which I literally had never heard before. I was literally like, I have no idea what these are because they literally are just like they do not have the caliber of the first one, at least in terms of like national, or international, recognition. But like then he says, one of our scholars, in many quotation marks, is currently is currently interning as Chris Rufo's research assistant. I'm like, oh, so he's doing all the work, and then Chris Rufo gets all the credit. That's essentially what you're saying. Sounds like the School of Economics in Chicago. Yeah, exactly.
He's describing,
which I will never forget, like, because I did study economic theory, during my master's and everything, and even in my undergrad to some degree, like, I just like when I was looking at economics departments around, because economic history is something I'm very interested in. One of the departments that had like an economic historian, right? Like as soon as I read which university he was at and whatever before and everything, then I looked into everything. He's like literally Austrian school economist. I'm like, okay, I don't need it. I don't want to go.
A Hitler figure coming in and doing what he wants that person to do, whatever. Oh, and by the way, he hates Jews too.
Just rules with.
Well, besides that comment, pretty sure working for Rufo. Yeah, exactly. You're not a scholar. You're not a scholar if you're working for Chris Rufo. Like literally the person that said, I made up all of the stuff that I say, that I write about and post about, but that you have to believe because I wrote about it. I mean, he literally says, right, like I made up the whole like wokeness and everything stuff, the CRTE. Like, again, at no point in even in history departments is CRT even mentioned. I mean, if it is mentioned now, it's because of Chris Rufo and the right-wing people that act like it's ubiquitous, and it's not. A weird political party in our country. The Dutch have a weird law school. You can make any school a signature that you want due to our history of the school battle and the 1917 consensus. Oh, I see. They made high school and elementary schools that tell the truth. They literally teach a Latin elementary school. Oh, I mean, that's what they mean. Like when Joel says classical Christian academies, that's one of the things that they do, right? It's like they teach you. A lot of them don't teach Latin or Greek. A lot of them teach German, and I'll just leave it at that, right? Basically financial Scientology, Rufology. Oh my gosh.
And like a Cromwell type, and then you hopefully.
Why don't you just say Hitler? Like we all know who you're talking about here.
Cromwell type, and then you hopefully don't get his son. Maybe then you're able, and then you maybe it's just a one generation, one guy.
Hopefully we don't get his son. Oh my God, dude. Anyway, this guy.
So I think we can safely assume the state pays all this due to our law. Yeah, that's the reason why I think to me that the law in Mexico that one makes like all school textbooks, right, the domain of the government, right, to make sure that they're free and everything. Like, it actually lets schools have a lot of more programs, right, because they're not trying to like haggle with book companies, right, like book publishers, because the book publisher is the government. Now, I'm not saying that that saves everything, right, that makes it all perfect. No, it's far from that. But it is nice that, like, oh well, we have, an art program that we otherwise wouldn't have if we had to be dealing with like corporate deals, right? Like, you know but yeah, I totally get what you mean. Like, and in fact, what these hardline Christian nationalists want to do is, one thing that they've done very successfully in a lot of states, right, is that they created the voucher system, right, which essentially gives people like a certain amount in tax dollars, right, that then they can take to a private school and pay them, right, and so that actually takes away money that they otherwise would have paid to the public education system, right? So it's actually causing public schools to look worse and worse, and then that functions as propaganda for why people should use the voucher system, right? Because it, like, free school choice, right, which sounds, whatever, good to some people, just means literally the immiseration of the public education system, which for a long time in the West, one of the things that like the United States was able to do far better than a lot of was able to do kind of like at the federal level, like, and this kind of hit its peak kind of like in the 80s, was like the reach of school, right? That everybody in the United States could, be put on a bus route, like everybody had to go to school, therefore everybody could go to school, right? Like, that was something that a lot of other large countries, right, didn't have the same ability to do that, right? But that's because of the state investment that was done during the golden age of capitalism from 45 to 65, right, when there was heavy state regulation and heavy state intervention in the economy. So, typical art, right, yeah, exactly. The Davos Clause, yeah.
Guy wrote a Christian nationalist constitution. I wanted to take a look at it. Wait, where is it? What did I do there? It's the Statement on Christian Nationalism and the Gospel.
So that is the title. It is the Statement on Christian Nationalism and the Gospel, right? It's just deranged. This side of being paid to go to uni. Oh yeah, like Stanford here in California used to be free. It changed after the 60s, because that's when BIPOC got to go to school, like, on larger numbers. And ever since then, like, you can almost, it's almost correlative, right? Where you could see when, as soon as you have an increase in BIPOC students, then that's when you have the call to, have tuition become something that you have to take out loans for, things like that. And the more and more that's the case, the more and more the tuition, goes up. Hello, the Ferret King. How are you? It's so good to see you. Also, that reminds me. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much, Ferret King. Oh my goodness, 16 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, please make sure to go check out the Ferret King, who is the best pal of this stream. And yeah, make sure to go do that. And then DJ, I will make sure to also shout you out in but a second. So you have to be... what? No. They would be against that.
StatementOnChristianNationalism.com is the website. Article 1.
They're very, very anti-Semitic. This dude, right? Like, the, Walsh, Joel Webben, Pastor Joel Webben, literally brings up the blood curse more than I've ever heard, like, other people just, like, because, like, some people know what it says in Luke and in Matthew, right? he brings it up all the fucking time, and it's not good. Like, if you're bringing up the blood curse, you're a fucking anti-Semite. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's all I gotta say.
The source of truth, affirmations and denials. We affirm that the Bible is God's word, breathed out by him as the only sufficient, certain, inerrant.
Also, breathed out? That's how, I mean, like, look, in Hebrew, like, the reason why in the Hebrew Bible, right, the Jewish Bible, life begins at the first breath is because even the words for soul, right, like ruach, are related to the word for breath, right? In the same way, God breathed life into Adam, right? That's the reason why, like, an abortion is in fact, there's even a recipe in the Tanakh. In like, obviously it depends on the will of God, technically speaking, right? But also, they're literally tells you in the Bible, in the Jewish Bible, like, do these things, right? Like, have a rabbi do this, so then that way, well, not a rabbi, but, you know, like, and like a elder, right, do this thing, so that way you can have an abortion, right? And yet, like, Christians just overlook that part, right? Because they like all the repudiations of things they don't like, but when it comes to this, right, which says, like, it is a mitzvah, right? Like, if the gestating person's life is in danger, right, then it is, by definition, you have to save that person. And in fact, in matters of life or death, like, you can even break Shabbat, right, which is seen as, like, the highest thing we have to keep as Jewish people, right? Is the Sabbath, right? Like, keep the Sabbath day and keep it holy, right? Like, that is seen as one of the highest commandments that are enjoined upon the Jewish people, right? So that is a relationship to creation that we have. We can break that. Like, again, this rupture with something that is supposed to be the most divine thing possible, in order to do something like that, right? Because life is more important, right? So, Aramaic, nothing to do with Hebrew here. Well, there is Aramaic in, like, the book of Daniel, but that's because in Babylonia, Aramaic was, I mean, like, the Arameans had a kingdom that was kind of like northeast of the kingdom of Judea, I should say, and so their language became rather popular, and then, like, Nabatean became very popular in the southern part, and that's where, like, Arabic gets a lot of its, like, non-Makkah dialect inflections and such. Hello, oh, Daymal, hello, hoot hoot, welcome in.
Infallible, necessary, and final authority.
The tent revivalist. I mean, yes, the tent revivalist. Okay, there we go, Che. Thank you so much again for being here in the stream. I appreciate all of you.
For all saving knowledge, faith, what we must believe, and obedience, how we must live. This is, remember, a constitution that everybody in the United States is supposed to live under in his ideal world. This is what the government swears by, you know, every day that they open Congress or whatever, in his mind. We affirm that the light of nature in man and God's works in creation and providence reveal God's power and nature. Wow, this is really unnecessarily wordy. Leaving
yeah, exactly. I'm like, we do not need to say most of this. Like, we can say, we affirm, like, God's work in creation and providence. You know, like for me, I would bring out my blue pencil immediately. Oh, thank you so much, Mono. I appreciate that. But yeah, like, for me, this is so wordy, and, like, they don't have to put sufficient, certain, inerrant, infallible, necessary, and final. Like, you already have sufficient and necessary, right? Which are, you know, let alone certain, inerrant, and infallible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is just overkill, but
authorities without excuse for failing to govern justly.
Hello, Looney Tunes.
What the hell does this all mean? Yet this knowledge is insufficient for repentance unto life and salvation. All truth claims and ethical standards must be tested by God's final word, which is the scripture alone. We affirm that the Bible is clear in all essential matters.
So they are sola scriptura. So Renee, so they are sola scriptura, right? Like that is it, right? That they will literally be like, as long as it says it in the Bible, then as long as we read it, right? Because this is the problem, though, is that then so many of these people are like King James version only churches, right? So then it's like, but that's a translation, right? Like we know what the sin of Sodom of Sodom and Gomorrah was, because it says it in Ezekiel that it was the sin of charity denied, right? Of essentially of not being hospitable, right? Even to Melachim, even to the angels, ministering angels of God, right? It wasn't what people think sodomy is, which again used to be a far wider range of activities, but
But it's not.
Oh, you know what's interesting? The Satanic Temple, it even though it is registered as a religious organization, obviously, for to prove its point, right? It does pay taxes. It chooses to pay taxes and to be transparent, because not only do religious organizations not have to do their God, I forget the form name, but it's like a form where you have to declare all of your assets, right? Like if you were a 501c3, like non-profit charity, you would have to do these forms every year, right? And if you made a mistake, it could lead to you being audited. Churches don't have to do that. No religious organization has to do that. Only the Satanic Temple, and I think one of the humanist synagogues in New York, like, decided to, on their own, do that, right? Because you can choose to pay taxes. I mean, it's not like they're gonna deny your money at the IRS. But yeah, it's like literally. I forget what form it is, but it's a form where you have to outline all of all the assets that pertain to the 501c3, and for religious institutions, it's an optional thing. And even meeting the requirements of a religious organization are very loose, right? Like you have to have a history. I mean, there are churches that are being started right now, right? That they literally were thought up of yesterday. Is that considered church history? Or do they get to claim church history by way of the Bible, right? Like, oh, well, our faith started with Abraham and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Shaq, an angel if you're into polygons. Yes, polygons, very much so. And yes, if you'd like to help me out with my research, please go to Throne. But also, please remember that I'm currently trying to pay for my medical expenses. So, that is my priority. That is my pinned gift, and you don't have to pay the full sum, right? Feel free to contribute whatever you can. Never feel compelled to give. Only give if you can and if you would like to. Okay, that will always be the rule. The Church of Ice Cream, yeah, look at that. We could literally just like
The Bible is not clear in all essential matters. That's the problem. That's why we have like 16 billion different denominations.
Quick interjection, this won't take long, I promise. I'd appreciate it if you watched to the end of the video, or at least a couple extra seconds, because YouTube bases its algorithm off of watch
Yeah.
time. The more watch time a video has, the further the video will go. Also, take a look at my website, oamorgan.com. I'm selling my book, Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses, 400 pages. And
you know what I thought, because I keep seeing his stuff. I was thinking maybe I should write. Well, I can't write a book right now because I'm already writing a book, right, in academic text. But I was thinking, and I still need to update the history of Zionism in Palestine. But it's been a bit messy because operations, medical stuff, and other things, right? But also, like when I found out that the ICJ was going to give an advisory ruling on the settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza, I was not expecting I was not expecting for them to literally rule like the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza have to be, like you need to get all the settlers are just that, settlers, like they need to leave, you know. But I thought it would be cool to like do a book kind of like this, like into Hasidism. Now I do want ice cream, but I don't have any more. And yes, if you're here on Twitch, make sure to check out the Transcend TTV crew. They're all very wonderful people,
My second book.
and they're my friends. And they are such an understanding and thoughtful community, to the point where like we always help each other, right? And like even if we're like not feeling our best, and oh, today I don't feel like streaming, oh, come into my stream, or come sit in the VC with me, or you know what I mean. Like I like that, right? Because again, people like to discount friendship or any type of sociality that takes place through the internet, right? They like to discount it a lot. But when you have people that are literally willing to essentially hear you out, right? Be there when you need them, the Transcend TTV crew, of which I form a part of, are definitely people that are definitely the people that show how much they care about each other. So
100 Questions for Jehovah's Witnesses, which is about 80 pages. And you can find them both there on the website. Audio form, ebook form, whatever. It's about my experiences within the religion.
Omega Star, so when you go into the Discord, you have to choose your roles. If you don't choose all of the roles, then it doesn't let you like see the rest of the channels. I know it's done there, so then that way like we know who's coming in, what your pronouns are. Like I would like to do it like bigger, because mine is very simple, right? Like you really can only choose your pronouns. But I want to do it like when you join, you get that like welcome page, right? That other people get, right? Where you have to like, it asks you questions and you have to agree to stuff. I just don't know how to do that, because I find that very easy, right? Because it's just a few taps, and then the next thing you're able to talk. But once you fill in all of the, you do all of the role stuff, then you have access to the community room, everything. So.
And the history of the religion generally. The 100 questions are intended to challenge a religious leader, so I'd appreciate it if you give it a read. Okay, back to the video.
That's why we have people who are anti-abortion, Christians who are anti-abortion, but the Bible is very clearly in favor of abortion.
Exactly.
Numbers 5:11 and 23. That's why we have people who are anti-gay.
Exactly. Yes, Numbers 5:11 and 23. Indeed, gosh, for some reason, whenever I hear Numbers, it literally, like for some reason now the Hebrew name escapes me, which it shouldn't, because I usually call them by their Hebrew name, right? Like Bereshit, Shemot, right? But is it Vayikra? Oh yeah, Vayikra. Like Vayikra, it's anyway. So just a quick note. The Jewish texts, right, like of the Hebrew Bible, are named by what the first word of and so are the parashot, right, like the portions in them, right there. They are named after what the first word is, right, or one of the first words, right? So that's why you have Bereshit, right, which just means in the beginning. Literally, Be means in, like inside, like Babait means inside the house, right? Like Anachnu Babait, right? We are in the house, right? But Bereshit, Reshit means like the beginning, because Rosh means head, right? Like, and Rosh Hashanah, right? Head of the year, right? Which is like Italian, Capodanno, right? It's the head of the year. That's the beginning of the year. And so, like Shemot, right? That is called Exodus in Greek, right? But in Hebrew, it's called Shemot, because the first thing that they're talking about are names, right? And names are feminine in Hebrew, right? Like the word is gendered feminine, so the plural for it is ot, not im. So you have shemot, names, right? So it's so the Greeks tended to give them thematic titles, and the Jewish people give them very like, this is what like the first line is about, right? You ever heard of that Bible that was designed like a teenager magazine? No. I have not heard of such a such a. I mean, like I have you know, I mean, I've shown like my stuff, right? Like that I use for study, and I also have like study books for literally every parashot, all 54 of them, right? That include Mishnah study, Gemara study, everything. But I don't really, you know.
And use the Bible as the basis for all of that.
And they look like magazines. I mean, kind of. They look more like little, like, like the old workbooks. I don't know, in Latin America they were more common, at least I noticed, right? Where they're like paper, but they're meant to kind of look like a book, but they're just like really that really like light, cheap paper. They're like that. They're like workbooks like that. It's hilarious with activities and everything.
It only mentions it in 6 verses total out of 32,000. And even those 6 verses are not accurately represented by modern day Christianity. Like, all of these verses that these people use to justify their belief systems are ambiguous and debatable. And also inerrant? Really? Inerrant? You think it's inerrant? They have a billion different errors throughout the gospel accounts. What do you mean it's inerrant?
Oh, see, this is actually really interesting, if I may just quickly. So I was reading into this a biblical scholar's work about Luke, right? And Luke, and also Acts, right? The part that was written by Luke and everything. And it's interesting because we can actually tell, right? I mean, this makes sense, right? Like, wherever you live, right, in the world, right? You know that best, right? You know how things work. You know how, like, oh, if, like, for me, right? Like, if people are telling me, oh, I'm going to take the 10 freeway downtown, and then get on the 101, I'm going to tell you, you're going to have a bad time, right? Like, that's not the way to go. But if, like, or if you were talking about certain parts of downtown or certain parts of LA, right? Like, I could tell you, like, oh yeah, going here is fine, Azusa's okay, blah blah blah, right? Like, whatever, right? Like, oh, there's good food here, blah blah blah, right? So there's different layers of like knowledge that people have when it comes to like geography. And Luke literally has no idea, right, where places are on the interior of Palestine. Literally has no idea. To the point where Jesus is admonishing a Galilean village when he's about 60 kilometers away in the depths of Samaria, right, on the way to Jerusalem. So he's like talking to no one, essentially, right? He's admonishing this village, not at the village, though, because it wasn't there, but because he has no idea where any of the cities in the interior are. He does know the coastal cities because, those would have been on maps, right? Those would have been more generally known. But as soon as you go up to like the north, to the northern Aegean area, oh, you get very specific. I mean, he knows specifically how long it takes, right, for someone to go through the Bosphorus, right, which is 1 day of sailing, right, if you're going down into the Sea of Marmara and into the Aegean, and 3 days if you're going the opposite way. He knows it that close. So Luke was not like present in Palestine. The chances are is that he's from like Thrace or from in the northern Aegean area, because he describes Paul sailing up there, right? And he knows it so well, right? But he doesn't know Palestine at all, only the coastal cities. So that's how we can tell, right? So from Devonshire to Gethsemane, yeah, pretty much. Remember back when BKK used to chat with us? I mean, isn't she busy?
I'm trying to think of just one example here. The night before Jesus died, was he sitting in a room with his apostles, the 12 apostles who followed him around, Judas Iscariot included? Or was he in there with his disciples, like all of his people, everybody who was just like learning from him? Because the Bible has 2 different opinions on that, depending on which gospel you read.
Yeah, just a quick note on that, like at the Cenaculum, right, which is the Latin name for this, right? is that the canaculum, they say, like, its placement in the old city of Jerusalem, which again, Bezras Hashem, may Palestine be free so I can visit, one day, but also to just end the horrific tragedy of everything that's been going on. I honestly can't bear a lot of the news, like I was, because it's just so horrific, but that's been coming out as of late. But anyway, that's not the point. That the canaculum, which as it sits now, is actually decorated with Islamic, what's it called, stained glass, which I find very, interesting, because evangelical Christians love to drive a wedge and say that Muslims don't believe in Jesus, which is not true. Jesus is a prophet in Islam, and in fact, like, it talks more, like, the Virgin Mary is mentioned more in the Quran than in the Gospels. But Isa, as it's like a Muslim would say now, like, may peace be upon him, right? But anyway, point being that when it comes to the canaculum, the room itself, right? Because if you know Spanish, right, and this is one of the words that Spanish, being a dialect of vulgar Latin, kept, which is cena, right, which in Spanish became cena, which means dinner, right? It literally means the dining room, right, or the dinner room. We know that it wasn't discovered, right, or chosen, so to speak, until well after, the events, right, because you had the whole destruction, etc., right. Which, by the way, the only place that Jewish people were ever expelled from in all of Palestine was Jerusalem when the Romans took it over. Just the walled city, not all of Palestine. Like, the idea that, they got kicked out and that's why they went no, that's not true. That is not true. We know this because there are two Talmuds, right? The Palestinian one, or the Yerushalmi, and also the Bavli. So again, it is not true that the Romans expelled the Jewish people. They only expelled them from the walled city of Jerusalem, because of what was going on with the Bar Kokhba revolt and everything. Anyway, but that room was chosen ex post facto, right? Like, assuming that the Gospels, what they talk about, it was a real event, because they chose a room that's over a Jewish site, which is the site of King David's tomb, right? In the descriptions that they give of the canaculum, it wouldn't necessarily be in that area because it's too close to the temple. Again, I don't know, in terms of like the decision of the people that said this is where it is, right? Heaven only knows, right? So to speak. But one thing is that they did not sit down. They never sat down. They would lie down and eat, because that was the way how people ate in the eastern parts of the empire, right? That was the common way. So like this view of Jesus sitting at the head of the table, right, and having people all around him, that wasn't how it was. It was literally like people on like chaise lounges, right, like snacking essentially. So I need an archaeologist on call. Well, I mean, like, I have talked about archaeology before, because like sometimes that dovetails with my research, right? Like finding old Jewish settlements in Iberia or in North Africa, right, that were lost to time and stuff, like, because some of them have been ruined by yeah, anyway.
The shorter ending of Mark reflect the reality of what happened, or did the longer ending of Mark reflect it? We happen to know for a fact that the longer ending of Mark was added later by monks who didn't like how Mark ended, and they wanted to like change the ending. The longer ending of Mark is beyond question false and added later, but it is where you get the basis for like Pentecostalism and a whole bunch of other beliefs. Like Jesus appears to the 11 apostles in the longer ending of Mark, the fake one, and he upbraided them. I've never heard that word. He upbraided them for their lack of faith and stubbornness because they'd not believed those who saw him after he'd risen. And he said to them, "Go into all the world and proclaim the good news." This is the basis for soul winning. Is some
Yeah, so again, this is like when you understand, like this is the reason why, like if we approach it from a historical perspective, not looking at it because this is an issue that oftentimes people have with religious texts, right? Like, trust me, I'm Jewish, and I have people, all the time that are very critical of the Torah. I'm critical of it, right? I mean, Moses was critical of it, for Pete's sake. Abraham was critical of it, right? But the point being that, like, there are some people that are like, if you don't just say at the end, oh, but it's all 100% the truth, right? That, like, essentially return it to a theological context, that somehow that's wrong. And it's like, no, if we're looking at it as a historical document, then that's where people would, contend, right? Like the shorter ending of Mark, which is the shortest of the Gospels anyway, which is why it's believed that it was the first Gospel written. And then you have the Q source, which has nothing to do with QAnon. It's just another source, because the first things we have of talking about Jesus or Josh, right, we're saying is the Gospels written in Greek in southern Syria, right, but very far away from like Jerusalem and Judea, and they were all written in Greek. There was never anything in Aramaic or Hebrew. So like that's the reason why, like, the wording, the things that are said, everything is only available in Greek. So
denominations call it.
Emmanuel ben Yeshua, which, oh my gosh, it's funny because it's funny you say that. Well, one, if it was Emmanuel ben Yeshua, then that would be Jesus's son, because Ben means son of, so that'd be Emmanuel, son of Yeshua. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But Emmanuel, which was what he's supposed to be named, I don't know why he was, also named, Joseph. I mean, pardon me, Joshua Emmanuel, I guess, is his real name. But it's interesting because how Martin Luther translated that in his translation of the Bible, all those years ago, it stuck in, like the Luther Bible is still the standard Bible in like Lutheran churches and everything, and in Germany in general, right? Because it's kind of like exalted for many reasons, right? Because I mean, he did do a pretty good translation, but what he translates Emmanuel as in German later became a phrase that was used by other German, like under the German Empire, but was also used by the Nazis, right? And it's kind of weird to think about it, that they use like Jesus Christ's like Hebrew name translated into German as their like slogan that they would have on their belt buckles, right? Gott mit uns, because that's literally what Emmanuel means in German. But it doesn't have the meaning that was then applied to that term over the years, right? Yes, Martin Luther translates it as God is, with us, like in the sense of what Emmanuel means, right? God is with our presence, right? Is in our presence. But yeah, like when I was, because I do know German, and I've had to read the stuff that he's written in German, which a lot of it is very horrific, especially his anti-Semitic stuff, unfortunately, because it's very pervasive even to this day. But like when I read the Bible, like his translation, to see whether or not it was a good translation, I always found that so that's where like the term begins to be used, because before they would either like put a footnote and explain like this means blah blah blah. They wouldn't just like translate it outright or whatever, right? but he's like very specifically decided to just have the thing there. Just
door knocking. The one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons, exorcisms. They will speak in new tongues, speaking in tongues. They will pick up snakes in their hands, and if they drink a deadly thing, it will not hurt them. This is basis for snake handling and poison drinking. I don't know what it's called, but Pentecostal churches do this. West Virginia is the only state that legally allows snake handling to this day.
yeah, West Virginia is a very interesting place. I've never been to West Virginia itself. I've been close. I wanted to go to Harper's Ferry, but then it rained really bad, and it was at a time when I was at a conference in Washington D.C. But one of the things though is that yes, like in a lot of places where you have like the most economic decline, right? And I think this goes to someone like the anti-corporatist, etc., other people, right? That it's like if you can't find, if you have a place that's been, that suffered from the deindustrialization of the United States, like places like West Virginia, which, by the way, like I never understood why the people who live in suburbs, right, like on either coast, and I include the northern coast, right, the Great Lakes or the interior sea, as I prefer to call them, that they don't realize that like actually a horrific ecological thing that used to occur, right, which was acid rain, doesn't happen anymore in West Virginia. Like that actually used to be something that the state budget had to account for back when coal mining and all of that stuff was, when there was all of that industrial production, right? And that is something that like people, like I know people now that are like, oh, I have like never grew up even reading about that. I grew up reading about that, right? That like acid rain was a problem, right? And that like that's why we need to invest in other resources, right? Or you have like the town of Centralia, right, in Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. It's practically an autonomous zone. I mean, that's definitely the reason why what's his name, Tim Pool, is there.
They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover. Faith healing. That's the basis for all of the Pentecostal beliefs.
But you know what's interesting though is like this was when people say when this was added, this was at a time when like things like the Holy Mountain, right, Mount Athos, right, and other such places, right, and also like the Egyptian monasteries, right, which now some of them still exist, some of them don't, just because of changes in history. But one of the things is that like I've heard from some medievalist scholars say that like once you get huge communities of monastics together, like on the Holy Mountain, right, on Mount Athos, that then you have all of these like additions, addendums, etc., because it's like that's all they do, right? Like they just debate on these things, right? And then there are people that represent different churches, right? Because it's kind of like they have like the Russian Orthodox churches there. They have the Greek Orthodox, the ecumenical, or the parts that are under the ecumenical patriarch directly, the Antiochian church, the Egyptian church, right? And also Egypt has two churches, right? It has the Coptic church, which is Oriental Orthodox, which is in communion with Rome and has its own pope. And then you have the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Alexandria, right? And so there are two. Same thing in Jerusalem. You have the Greek Patriarchate of the Church of Jerusalem, which represents Palestine and generally like Jordan, parts of Syria, etc., or at least historically Syria. But now you have the Antiochian church there, so that's a done thing. But essentially, its jurisdiction is one of the smallest. And so you have that, but then you also have like the Roman patriarchate there, right? So you have all these competing churches, right? That all are crammed up in the different parts of the old city of Jerusalem, right? The walled city of Jerusalem. And so that's why like the Christian quarter has everything from like the Lutherans, the Catholics, the Eastern Orthodox, and that's why like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, right, which belongs to technically all of the faiths, right, has multiple altars next to one another. Excuse me. So then that way, when there are certain holidays, some important feast day or something, the Roman Catholics have this like corniche here that's theirs to do their mass in. Then here they have a divine liturgy from the Greeks. Here they have a divine liturgy by the Russians. Here they have you know what I mean? So it's like it's really really interesting. When I was in Syria, I sort of got to see that a little bit, but it's not quite the same because like they don't have to share. But I visited a church in Damascus that where they for historical reasons, like it was like I think it was like where St. Paul had the vision or whatever, so they would have like double things typically, or triple things or whatever it was. So, and it's very beautiful. I mean, like the incense and everything. The only difference is that in the Greek Orthodox churches, you have to stand for the entire service. In the Roman ones, the Roman Catholic one, you can sit down, and the Protestant ones, you can sit down. Like there are places to sit in the Eastern Orthodox ones, but typically a divine liturgy is you standing for 2.5 hours. So
all the evangelical beliefs. It's fake. It's all fake. It was added later. The real ending to Mark ended like this. This isn't the shorter ending. This is just how Mark actually ended. The women show up to Jesus' tomb. The boulder or whatever, the stone had been rolled back. They entered the tomb. They saw a young man dressed in a white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed.
Yeah.
He said to them, "Don't be alarmed. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified. He's been raised. He is not here. Look, there's the place they laid him. But go tell his disciples and Peter that he's going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him, just as he told you." So they went out and fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them. They said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. The end.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why is this speaks to, at the time, right, women. And again, this is why we still live in a patriarchal society, right? We still live in a world where women's testimony and women's etc. is discounted to a great extent, right? Yeah. Is that they did not want to go to Peter, right? Which, by the way, like the fact that they insist on calling him Peter and like giving all these people very Greek names like right away sort of shows the fact that all of this was done in Syria and like in the Antioch, Anatolia area, where it was not connected to Palestine as such, right? Because why call him Simon Peter? I mean, he already has Shimon, right? But it's because of that, like, upon this rock, right? And instead of saying rock in Hebrew, right? Because you don't really call people rock like that in Hebrew, right? Instead, I mean, there are ways to say, like, lots of things. I mean, you technically, I guess, could have it as a name, but it just kind of does. I've never really heard it as a name, because usually people have like Dov, which means bear, or Tsev, which means wolf, or Ben El, which means like son, son of God or something like that. But when they say son of God, they don't mean like it's the son of God, right? They mean the Saint Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Saint Dwayne the Rock Johnson. That's right, brother. Saint Dwayne the Rock Johnson, here, our Lord and Savior, but only after Henry Kissinger, our true Lord and Savior. But yeah, like, because remember, like, Jewish burial is that you have to be buried within 24 hours, right? And Islam, it's the same as well. So like being wrapped in the white garments, like that is stuff Jewish people do. That is true. Um, but one of the things that to keep in mind also is that like Jews also believe in reincarnation. So, oh my goodness, thank you so much, Looney Tunes. Um, also believe in reincarnation. So the resurrection isn't necessary, so to speak, right? Like that's why there's a concept of there's a Messiah in every generation. Because technically, I mean, there is, right? Hulk the Hogan, the Twitch viewer. It's only 6 times though. Um, I don't know if I haven't read any rabbinical opinion that says that there's a limit. Um, but like I've kind of explained this before, right? That like that is why there is a Jewish dating site called Saw You at Sinai, right? And that's where one of my friends' brother met his now wife, because the belief is that we were all present at the giving of the Torah. All Jewish souls were present, not like personally present. I I definitely would have arrived like really late. Like I would have arrived like a week late. You know what I mean? Like I would have been like, I'm sorry, there was an event here. Was there free food? But but no, the point being that that is the belief, right? So that's why the resurrection story doesn't make sense in a Jewish context, because there doesn't need to be a resurrection, right? Like if there's going to be a second, Moshiach, it doesn't have to be the same person. You know what I mean? So that's why, and then there's also the belief too that so the belief is all the souls of all the Jewish people were all present at Har Sinai, at Matan Torah, at the giving of the Torah, and so therefore, like, the souls keep going and going and going and going until Moshiach comes, and at which the entire world, in essence, or at least, I don't know, maybe some rabbis will take issue with this. Usually they don't, though. This is a very general view that like because we don't say that, oh, they've gone to heaven, Shamaim, right? We say they've gone to Gan Eden, to the Garden of Eden, right, which is on Earth. And the whole idea is that one day the Garden of Eden will be the entire planet, and we will all. And also, you do not have to be Jewish. This is an important thing in Judaism too. You do not have to be Jewish to be quote unquote saved, right? Like good people that are just and kind and all that. That's what matters most. Like the Jewish people have never required. In fact, this is why they don't. This is why we don't proselytize. Is that we have never needed people to be Jewish in order for them to be right. Like there are. I mean, that's the reason why the emperor or King Cyrus, right? He's called the Moshiach, right? Because he did something, very important for the Jewish people by liberating them and letting them return it was a very small number, actually. The Tanakh exaggerates the number that went back by a lot, but a goodly few, right? A goodly few returned back to Palestine and built the temple because he funded it, essentially. But like he's the only person ever called the Messiah in any Jewish text, right? Like so the idea, but that's because we also have the concept of we can have messiahs along the way, right? The Messiah was the friends we made along the way, essentially, right? But it had to be in a short time period, and the resurrection is tied to Dionysus and Osiris. Well, I mean, if you want to get into the like, what is it called? What's the name of that? Because there is that movie, I forget what it's called. But there's like a movie that particularly focuses on like Jesus and other Christian stories, right? And it's like Jesus is actually like a Dionysus and blah 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 because he was born on the 20, which actually I was gonna bring up later anyway. So, but I forget, what is it called? Is it Zeitgeist? Right? Read non-Judaic Yeah, Alexander the Great. I mean, that's why Alexander, right, became a Jewish name. Like, that is to say that people, because Alexander did something which Greeks had not done before, which is letting us, practice our religion, so to speak, right? And just like, being cool with that, not interfering like the Romans tried to do. They respected that about Alexander, but and then under pagan Greek rule, under the Ptolemies, right? That's where you get the Greek translation of what we now know as the Septuagint, right? Of the 70 translators or so that got together. But the one thing to keep in mind though is that because at the time, and this is something that, again, this is where we have to make that division between faith, theology, and history, right? And, stuff like that, right? Is that we know that the Jewish people at the time, under pagan rule, under Antiochus VI, when they were told to, and if you would like to help me with my medical bills, please go to my throne and donate if you can and if you would like to. Again, never feel compelled to, but I would really appreciate it. Will often kind of lost my train of thought, but anyway, the point being that you see a lot of different. Oh yeah, now I remember. Is that they elongated, right, the time spans of antediluvian and post-diluvian lifespans and events, right? So, like, for example, from the destruction of the first temple to the rebuilding of the second temple, and I'm not joking, was 420 years. So 420. Like, so 420 is a magical Jewish number, so to speak. So 420 years, right? So to speak, right? But like then you have all of this, like, well, we can't have Abraham just be there for 50 years. Let's make him be there for 600 years. You know what I mean? It's like, because back then, the older a civilization was, right, that is how they measured, right, their importance. So, back in the day. Hello, Sasha. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me see here. I am going to leave you all with Owen while I go take a quick bio break.
That's how it ended. Nobody liked that ending. By the first gospel written here, Mark, and almost certainly the most accurate account. I mean, I don't buy any of this, magical stuff or whatever, but I personally think Jesus really did exist. He was just like a guy. Anyway, inerrant? What do you mean inerrant in this Constitution? The Bible's not inerrant, like, at all. It can't be inerrant. It's impossible. And back to the Constitution here. This is Article 1. We deny that true beliefs, good character, or good conduct can be dictated by any authority other than God's revelation. So you can't be good unless you follow God's instructions and all of that, okay? Even when those instructions are bad, like genociding entire groups of people like the Canaanites. Is that good? Article 2, Orthodox Christian faith. We affirm that nations are commanded to honor God by officially affirming the Orthodox Christian faith as historically and universally defined and affirmed in the Orthodox creeds. Okay, we affirm that many denominational confessions articulate the Orthodox Christian faith. We affirm that salvation is by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone, revealed in Scripture alone, to the glory of God alone. Okay, wow, that's a lot of alones. We deny that a Christian nation must require or preclude membership in any particular confessional tradition or denomination. So, Orthodox means correct. So people who claim to be like ultra-Orthodox, it literally means like they're very, very correct, except in practice, it usually means they're really extreme. They're like literalists, fundamentalists. However, Orthodox was a denomination of Christianity in its early days. It was the quote-unquote correct interpretation. Then Catholicism, Catholic meaning universal, came along and like took everything over. I'm trying to remember, there's a term called holo-Catholic or something. Universally spread by fire, I think is what I mean. I don't remember now. I'd have to look that up. When Catholics came along, Orthodoxy split into Eastern Orthodox and Catholicism. Eastern Orthodox still exists today, and you've got like Orthodox denominations through Russia. That's Russian Orthodox, I believe, and through like Armenia and the whole area. At the bottom here, it says that they're not promoting any particular denomination. I'm not sure what they mean when they say Orthodox. Then Article 3, the standard of justice. We affirm that God's word is authoritative on everything to which it speaks, and we affirm that God's word speaks abundantly regarding the nature and importance of civil government and justice. So they're saying that we should be following like the old Mosaic law. Yeah, it talked about the Mosaic law, but we don't follow that anymore. We eat pork, we eat shellfish, we shave our beards in a V if we want to. That's allowed. We can put two seeds in the same field, two different plants in the same field. We don't follow the old law. The only ones that these people seem to want to follow is like the first 10 of the 613, or however many it is. It continues on to say, we affirm that God's moral law is enduring and binding on all people throughout all time, including civil authorities and nations, and that is summarily comprehended in the 10 Commandments. But it's not. It was comprehended or like condensed by Jesus when he came along. Love your neighbors yourself. Love God with your whole heart, mind, soul, body, strength, and whatever else. That's what the law was supposed to do, ultimately. That was the point of the Mosaic law. That's what Jesus came and did, replaced it with 2 new commandments. Remember?
Oh, Raiders are coming?
Like, am I the idiot here? That's possible. I could be the idiot here.
Oh, we have Raiders coming in? Awesome. So, oops. Okay. So, okay, I'm back. Yeah, from Adrian Vixen. Oh, thank you. Thank you, for that. Grocery outlet. I need to find like, there used to be like a discount grocery store, by like one of my friend's house, but they closed it. And they moved it somewhere else, which I don't even know why, because it was always packed with people. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Adrian Vixen, please make sure, welcome raiders. I am Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian, and I like to talk about many, many things, from Jewish history, Latin American history, the global South in general, Palestine, etc. And if you would like to, please make sure to follow. Please make sure to refresh, so that way you get counted as a viewer. And yeah, I'm also a fellow Transcend TTV member, just like Adrian. And hello, Carla. Welcome in. Welcome in. So good to see you. I appreciate the raid. I hope that you had a good stream. I know I went in there to say hello. So it's probably the rent. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yes, please make sure to go follow Adrian Vixen. They are a wonderful streamer and a wonderful person that, always, for me, one of the things is that I like that Adrian is always willing to put a pause on other things and focus on the people that, that they are speaking to. I think that, a lot of streamers kind of, might I'll wait until later on, to address it. But I like that when something, really important is going on with the chatter or anything, like Adrian has always been a person to, dedicate time to their viewers, and I really, really appreciate that. Yes, hello, Frankenpanty. I am doing well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yum cinnamon honey butter roll. Oh, I'm sure you already encountered. Oh yeah, I did. I mean, I already knew that she wasn't gonna be like pro-Palestine, right? Like openly pro-Palestine, and I knew that. She's Joe's vice president still, right? Like she can't come out against his current position, right? Because she's still the vice president. So there is that. But I don't really know what else we could have expected, honestly. And I don't mean that to sound like, she couldn't have been, better, right, than Biden. But, at the same time, it's like, well, am I surprised? Not really. There are a lot of people that have unfortunately disappointed me, even colleagues of mine that, were like pro-Palestine up until very recently. It's rather sad, actually. She can come out however she wants. I just didn't expect her to give a BB. Ah, I see. That's usually Biden's job. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Binyamin. Uh. Ugh, that schmutzer. Like, I don't. That he's an absolute. He has Schmendriger cop. Like, I don't even. Ugh. Like, that man is just. Oh, rancid, rancid, rancid. And hello, everyone. Yeah, and make sure to refresh so you get counted as a viewer. Follow if you would like to. I would appreciate it. Also, I'm currently trying to raise some funds because I am having a series of operations. So to do that, you can go to my throne. That's my pinned gift, I suppose, as they would be called. I'm just saying, like, it's like I don't want to be dealing with the Schmendiker Kopf, all day. It's like literally ever since I was like a kid, like my grandparents, clocked him as like he's bad. You know what I mean? Like, he's bad, right? My parents have always been kind of like I don't know, like that man is just. That man is not helping the Yiddische Gesund. I'll put it like that.
How are these people pastors? Did they like not read the Bible or something? How did they miss that? It's a pretty important verse. We further affirm that every political thought must be taken captive to the obedience of Christ. We affirm that Christ will judge every civil authority according to their conformity to his command, his being capitalized. So I'm not sure if they believe that Jesus is God. Like, do they accept the Trinity? Or are they saying that Jesus is going to enforce God's commands? I'm just like, I'm not sure. I mean, these are really important points that need to be resolved, right? Before anybody should sign on to anything at all, under any circumstances. Also, one other thing I want to mention, the New Testament did have some bits in there about governing the churches and how you're supposed to go about determining,
there were people who were pro-Wallenstein. Hey, Shakespeare, the dude is quiet. Oh, really? Huh. He should be louder. Oh, I see.
Investigating problems and running things, how elders operate and stuff. So it's not just the Old Testament, but that's obviously what these people are zeroing in on, the Old Testament laws. They didn't even mention the New Testament laws, as far as I can tell. It was all about, like, the Ten Commandments. We deny that there's any objective standard by which to discern justice from injustice outside of God's revelation, written on the heart, declared in creation, and most perfectly...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Palestine until recently... Dude, I'm doing Krav Maga back in the day, so I was low-key pro-Israeli, but they went full mask off and had us digging into their... Oh, like, so, like, for me, it was like, even one of the more, like, liberal, right? Like, I remember, or actually, even a more orthodox organization. Well, I mean, I say more orthodox as in like going down that spectrum, right, so to speak, right? Started to give classes, at various universities around, Southern California, and it's all about Israel. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, you're literally, like, you're a rabbi. Why are you giving Israel classes, right? About the state of Israel, right? And like, essentially doing, hasbara for them, right? Because from what I understand, it was done on their independently. I don't know if I believe that 100%, but I do not think that Rabbonim should be, teaching like hasbara, in my opinion. But
revealed in Scripture. We deny that faithful civil authorities may rule autonomously from the rule of Christ. You can't operate outside of Christianity, basically. This is actually the definition of nationalism. A lot of people don't know what nationalism specifically means. The denial that any government or whatever has authority to rule outside of your governing authority. Usually
Thank you so much, Cat. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Omega Star. Also, good news. I got a part-time job I wanted. They didn't even interview me. Oh my goodness, Mazel Tov. I'm so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that. That is, I am so happy to hear that you were able to get that. It's it's so hard out there, and again, thank you so much again, Omega Star, for the gifted tier 1 sub to Adrian Vixen. I really appreciate it. If and I really appreciate all the support that people have given me, both here and also those of you who watch me on YouTube. You can always feel free to donate on my Cash App or Venmo, or subscribe to my Patreon. It's all available on my Linktree. Sharing the love, yeah, of course. And again, let me know, what you guys are feeling.
Nationalist is paired with another word. Christian nationalist, white nationalist, black nationalist, German nationalist.
See, okay, here I have a problem. Now he's saying because there's blank nationalism, that they're all like, this could very easily be construed as they're all the same. No, they're not all the same. White nationalism, quote unquote, is not the same, nor will ever be the same as any nationalism of the marginalized and the oppressed. Like, that is just, no. Liberals cannot do this. Well, it sounds like it does, blah blah blah. No, it's not. It's not. Joker posted that Adrian is, but yeah, like, definitely, I hate when liberals try to equate it because of like something as silly as like, oh well, they use the same like naming structure. It's like, okay, I mean, if we're gonna go by that, I don't know, like, if people heard about the new Communist Party that was started by literal like anti-Semites like Jackson Hinkle, right? And that's my opinion, of course. Yeah, like, and he had to sign. He had the nicest signature, I'll say that. But it's funny because like everybody tried to be like, I want to be the John Hancock of this, document. But like the one that looks like the one to me that just stood out to me was Hawes's, because he just wrote Hawes, like in block letters, like he just wrote it out, and I'm just like, is that really your signature? Like, is that how you sign things? I don't know, maybe.
National socialist, like socialist, nationalist, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's usually paired with another word, and that word determines what authority.
Hello, Phoenix Dragon.
So if you just called a nationalist, it means
he is.
You're in America. Usually the assumption is that you think that your country, your demographic, is the only one that has a right to rule the earth, and Japan's government, China's government, Germany's, they're all invalidated. And you will do whatever it takes.
It's so nice to see you, Phoenix Dragon. Thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Haas, yeah. And then, yes, I was finally feeling good enough, especially, after we had our little chat yesterday. I was like, I should, if I feel better today, then I would do so, because I have another operation tomorrow, actually. So I thought it would be a good idea to try to get one in for today. So I don't know. For now, I might just be streaming like on Thursdays, because if they keep setting everything on Fridays, which I think they do it because so we get a special treat. Yeah, because I think the reason why they do it on Fridays is because they want me, like, they know that I'm resting on Shabbat, right? Because they know that I'm Jewish. So thank you so much, Cat. I appreciate that. So that's why they do that. So that way, like, Saturday, when I'm usually like, get to sleep in or whatever, right? Like, I'm in recovery that full day, right? So thank you so much, Looney Tunes. Thank you so much, everyone. Also, what does Kendrick have against MBs? Oh my gosh. What do people have issues with MBs in general? Like, again, I know I don't want to rehash this, but we still are not allowed. I'm still not allowed to play competitive world chess. Like when I saw the signups for the current chess matches that were going to happen. Thank you so much, Phoenix Dragon. Yes, of course. I will always, like, I did it because, I felt good enough to do so. But I need definitely like all the hydration redeems. You guys are really helping me, because literally as soon as I start getting a little bit dehydrated, the headaches start getting really bad. So, but anyway, that's besides the point. Well, like, the issue is, I can't believe that chess is, of all things, is separated by what... Yeah, and not only that, but MBs aren't recognized. Because FIDE is in Switzerland, and under Swiss law, MBs don't exist. Like, everything is binary in Switzerland. So, yeah, there isn't a... thank you. So, by law, there is no quote-unquote MB advantage. If you're, they will ask you to either play in the open one, which they call it open. But yeah, like, literally a chess master, and I'm forgetting his name now. Also, by the way, like, my, memory, because of the procedures. Anyway, he actually wrote an article that literally said that, like, Heyo, and my least hated liberal atheist. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, right now, he just did that. He just did the liberal thing of saying white nationalism and then blah, 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 and then black nationalism. I'm like, they're not the same, bro. Sorry. I know you might think that, like, they're, like, just because they sound like they use the same words, that they're somehow equivalent, but they are not. Subaltern nationalisms are not the same as, settler colonial nationalisms. Anyway, but I would play in the women's league, and I can't do that anymore. Because if I were to go and participate, then, well, one, they wouldn't allow me in the first place. But say they did, then they would literally put a mark against my name, and they reserve the right to tell my opponent, right, that I'm trans. And also the country that I am in, right? So, like, say, a lot of chess stuff can happen. A lot of it happens in former Soviet, Eastern Bloc countries, Yugoslavia, etc., the former Yugoslavia. And a lot of them have laws that are, against that. So, against, just existing, right? So they reserve the right to, without my knowledge, tell the government that. So that could end up and because, like, one of the stints was going to be in Romania, and someone told me, like, don't even sign up, like, just don't even sign up for the thing, because it would also be, like, giving money to FIDE. And I don't want to do that. I'm currently, like, trying to embargo them for that reason. Like, I'm literally playing chess with myself, like, with my chess set that I have at home here. But yeah. Yeah, I watch them sometimes just to get a read of what liberals think about shit. Pac-Man used to be that way. Oh, especially Pac-Man to me was always insufferable because of, one, like, he's an ethno-nationalist when it comes to Israel, and two, he is a right-wing, like, willing to push, like, genocide denial when it comes to Latin America. So, there's that. Yeah. I get those headaches, too. I've been drinking too much soda, so my hands are low-key shriveled. Well, for me, I actually have pain in my hands, so I have to be very careful. Like, that's why I will tell people, like, oh, hello, Dead and Joker. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. The late raider has arrived. Indeed. Oh, I like that slowpoke. Yes, please join us in following. Andrew Tate, no. What? I wouldn't go to Romania? Well, Andrew Tate aside, which I find it funny that, like, apparently he does his podcast or whatever. He does it in his cell with his brother. Like, I mean, not podcast, but, like, when they do, like, Twitter Spaces, they're in the cell together. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of weird to me. I don't know. if possible for you to do water from fruits. Yes, I have been eating a lot of like plums, pears, like stuff. I mean, stuff that I can, because like I have to like really, you know. So yeah, happy to be here. I'm glad to hear.
literally anything to accomplish your goals. It's an extreme ideology by its very nature. Christian nationalists, as we see here, these are Christian nationalists that wrote this, believe that their form of Christianity is the only one that has a right to rule. So they're defining Christian nationalism with this paragraph. We deny that faithful civil authorities may rule autonomously from the rule of Christ. We deny God approves of Christians embracing any political ideology or position contrary to or prohibited by Scripture. And I get like their quote.
You know what's funny though is like I always keep some fruit. I just cut up a bunch of different fruit and eat it over. Yeah, like right now that it's summer here in California, whenever they have sales, right? Like on berries, because like usually, like if I can get like 2 for $1.99 at Stater Brothers or wherever, right? Because that sometimes happens, right? Or like when they bring out like peaches or whatever, like I will try to do that. Also, I make aguas frescas too, right? So like I will get a watermelon and then make agua de sandía, right? Which is really, really refreshing. I make it with a lot of ice because, again, I don't have air conditioning. So I have to resort to ancient methods. Yeah, peaches. I was going to make like a kind of peach cobbler type thing, but I don't want to turn on the oven because it's been hot as of late. So, don't want to do that. But just had a big bowl of watermelon and some kombucha for dinner. I love watermelon, but I've also been trying to get like other melons and just other things. I've got to make that sometime. It sounds really good. Yeah, like for me, like when I have been baking because I did bake pineapple upside down cake and cupcakes, right? So I did make that, and I made like the cream cheese dressing, the cream cheese frosting. Twitch viewers, there's an ad break going on. Please subscribe with the tier subscription or an Amazon Prime subscription. Yeah, indeed. Do you put salt on your watermelon? I put chile. Like tajin. I put chile on it. I mean, if not, I put chile and lime on it. Like, you know what I mean? Cause like, there's a man over here that he comes down, usually around now, actually a little bit earlier, actually, you know what, when school restarts, which is after Labor Day. But anyway, he comes right up the street and then turns right over here. I'm obviously not going to name the streets, but because it heads towards like where the schools are, well, some schools are, right? Obviously don't want to be too specific. And he will sell things like cups of fruit where it's like coconut and sandía and mango and mangonadas, all that stuff, right? Oh no, it's not weird. It's not weird to me. Like, I mean, I literally made like boli style mangonadas, which is like with chamoy and chile and all of that stuff. I'm Mexican, but I don't like chile and limon and stuff. Well, I mean, I'll put it to you like this. Sometimes I like to just cut a watermelon, right, and just like just eat it, just straight up, right? Especially when because this year I think there was like a bumper crop of the personal watermelons here in California, right? And so they were selling them at, where was it? Was it at Ralph's that I saw them at? I think it was at Ralph's. And there they had them like each one $1.99, which is like never that low. It's like never that inexpensive for a personal watermelon. So, but it's I really would like to try spread of coconut. My mom remembers that back in Mexico, like they used to put that in, like when you would get coconut, like agua de coco, right? Like coconut water. Which, by the way, I have to ask Kat. Do you think that you fell out of a coconut tree? No, just joking. Just joking. But bad joke. I'm not good at that. But anyways, Harris. Oh, okay, here we have live from Haaretz. Live breaking news. Harris, quote, I told Netanyahu it's time to end the war and sign a ceasefire deal. That's what Kamala Harris just said. I usually put tahini on apple or kiwi. I don't think I've actually put them on watermelon though. I have to ask you, are you coconut pilled? No. No, like for me, I love getting the organic coconut juice. Like there's this place where they sell it much cheaper than, because organic anything costs a lot, right? But there's this place that again, they were like an outlet store, and whatever doesn't sell within a certain amount of time, right, they would give it to give it over to the store. And so I was able to buy some for a while, and it's the kind that's pink, right? It's like pink colored, the water, and supposed to clear. And it's so good. It's like sweeter. It's so good. Young, I would eat peaches all night long. That's from a movie, by the way. I mean, I love peaches. I love peaches. I love nectarines. I mean, like my grandparents' house always had lots of fruit trees. Um, have you seen right wingers be like coconut is a slur against what? That doesn't even make sense. The largest coconut in the world, actually, you can find in Mauritius. It's a double coconut, and I probably don't have to just I don't want to show a picture of it on screen because I don't want people to think we're talking about something else, right? But it's literally a double coconut, and it's huge. It's enormous, but it looks a little, yeah, it's double. But it grows together. Yeah, like booba or other things, right? Purses, coconut purses. But yeah, I mean, chichis. Well, I mean that comes from Nahuatl, which is nichichitl, right? Which anyway. I know what they mean, but we aren't using it in that context. Like when brown people say another brown person is brown on the inside, right. Like I understand that people can use it as a way to describe, but really, it's from Nahuatl. Yeah, the chichi, because it doesn't exist in other Spanish dialects, right? Because typically, like in French, for example, they just use téton. Right, like they use something that's related to the word tit, for example, but Nahuatl has nichchitl, right, which meant to breastfeed, right? So like then it became like the objects of breastfeeding, so to speak. We associated that word with those two things, right? So yeah, it comes from Nahuatl. Like again, like I said, I probably should put some Nahuatl books on Throne at some point, because I do need to brush up on that. It's been quite a while. And when I go back to Mexico City to see to spend time with my mom, I like to try to get out and meet with some of my comrades and friends that their home language is Nahuatl, and a lot of them are very wonderful leftist people that are not online. That's one of the things, is that they're very in person, because they want to speak Nahuatl, they want to preserve, and expand, and all of that stuff, and do a lot of mutual aid. They do a lot of mutual aid. Yeah, my uncle inherited my grandparents' a farm outside of Fresno. We used to have such bomb peach cobbler. Viva Moreno. That's right, Viva. Yeah. Oh, outside Fresno? Okay. So do you know like where Selma, California is? Right? Because that's by Fresno, right? There you find a lot of people growing peaches, plums, nectarines, right? To me, Nahuatl is such a beautiful language. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let Netanyahu come to their hood and let him just have a nice little stroll. I mean, he definitely ain't coming into my neighborhood, that's for sure. Like, I ain't even, like my primos are, they know. Of course, I lived in the Greater Bay Area 35 years. Yeah. No, I'm just asking because I used to know someone that owned a farm in Selma, whose family moved over from the South, actually. Hence why it's called Selma. as an East Coast lady, I love picking raspberries straight from my neighbor's raspberry bushes, and I hang out with them. I really want a cutting, but they forgot last year. So there's this Mexican fruit that, I kid you not, it's like cotton candy. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, because it kind of looks like compressed cotton candy. And the last time I was able to get some, like, all the memories of my childhood came back of me, like, literally, because you buy them, because there are people that come in the back of their trucks, because the plant grows like crazy, right? Because it's an endemic plant, but it grows huge, right? It like where it, in the part of Mexico where it grows, it's rather arid. And the fruit it produces, right? You have to get rid of the seed, but the fruit around it is so good. Oh, like, gosh. Anyway, I don't want to be.
A bunch of verses here. Article 4, the definition of a nation. Hang on, let me just look at the other articles here. Article 5, the nature of Christ's lordship and kingdom. Article 6, the identity of civil authorities and the source of their authority. Article 7, the duty of civil authorities. Article 8, the purpose of civil government. 9, spheres of authority. 10, on nationalism and policy priorities. 11, big picture agenda. 12, on the vocation and calling of Christian officials and legislators. 13, the Great Commission. 14, the uses of the law. 15, on the distinction between law and gospel. 16, I'm sorry. 16, on civil disobedience. Okay, interesting. 17.
That's interesting that they do have that thing on civil disobedience, because, right, like, the person that wrote civil disobedience wasn't exactly like a big Christian guy. You know what I mean? Like, I like how so much of the, like, evangelical, far right Christian thing literally just claims people who weren't actually Christian, right? That they were deist or whatever, and it says, well, they believed in the idea of, like, a creator as such, so therefore, like, we can just count them in, right? And it's like, no, because they didn't count themselves in, right? You know what I mean? He's still super quiet. Is he quiet for anybody else, or can other people hear him okay?
18, methodology. 18, just war. 19, imago Dei and equal protection. 20, on neutrality and the separation of church and state. And that, it looks like that's the end. Wow. Okay, let's look at a couple of different articles here that I want to hit. All right, on nationalism and policy priorities, this is Article 10. Let's see what this says. We affirm that nations possess an inviolable right to establish justice and safeguard the peace and prosperity of their own citizens. Okay, this is...
Well, see, it's weird because super quiet on my end. Okay, so then I need to... Let me just add a quick gain filter to this then. Wait.
Nationalism in each nation will include the punishment of each nation's great evils and promote each nation's thriving. We affirm that each nation's great evils, we affirm that the specific short-term priorities of Christian nationalism in the context of the United States are to call our nation in her laws, oh, it's a chick. The U.S. is a chick, apparently. In her laws, formally to acknowledge the lordship of Christ, to declare solemn days of humility and repentance, to abolish abortion. Why abolish abortion? The Bible is positive about abortion. Numbers...
Hello, Nero Riot. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Let me know how this sounds now, right? Because I put gain on it, but I want to make sure that it can be heard. Okay, but I'm muting myself, for obvious reasons.
5:11 to 23 says you should have an abortion. if you, for example, don't know if the baby's yours. It even instructs people on how to do it. Gives the priest instructions on how to whip up this concoction. Now, it didn't actually work. It was based on the blessing of God, but it instructed people to get abortion, is the point here. And it was important because paternal lineage was everything at the time. And the only way that you knew for sure if it was your baby is if...
So, this should be better now, in terms of me, I believe. Yeah, let me see here. Microphones. See here. Okay. Okay, so I will try to not speak right directly into the microphone then. Okay, good. Thank you. So, yeah, like if you read in the Tanakh, it gives you a recipe, so to speak, of how to do an abortion. Like it tells you. You know what I mean? That's why the people that say, "Oh, it's not biblical," I'm like, if it is the inerrant word of God, then God put an abortion clinic scene in the Bible. You know what I mean? So
the wife wasn't sleeping with anybody else, basically. We affirm that the specific short...
Well, that's the reason why Jewish descent is determined matrilineally, right? That goes back to a tribal, like because again, like I've said before, right? Like the Torah, right? And the whole Tanakh, but particularly the Torah, is the description in many ways of a tribal people, right? Sort of integrating different aspects, because the Judeans, right, which is the Jewish people, were just one of many Canaanite tribes, right? Like the whole Exodus from Egypt, we know that didn't archaeologically historically happen. The conquest of Canaan also did not historically happen, right? But rather the Judeans were just one of many Canaanite tribes, right? Because the Canaan, they even called it Eretz Canaan, right? The land of Canaan. They didn't call it Eretz Israel until much later. And so one of the things to sort of keep in mind here is that, like, when they make these claims, like even Zionists, when they make these claims, right, it's like Shlomo Sand has argued, and I think, even with my reservations on some of his scholarship, which it's not that much reservation, but still, like he argues that if you actually read, right, like when the phrase Eretz Israel, right, which means the land of Israel, is used, it's only used in reference to one thing, and that is the northern kingdom of Israel, right, which it would have been historical Samaria at back then, right? Because there was never a united kingdom, right? Like I forget who it was. It was last night. Someone brought up, like, oh yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu. He brought up the fact that, like, well, like Jerusalem is where David and Solomon ruled. David and Solomon didn't exist. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there was never a unified kingdom of Israel. There was two kingdoms. Judea, where Jewish people are from, hence Judea. Yehudim, right, from Yehuda, right? And then you have the Samaritans, who still exist, right? And in fact are persecuted. Like, literally, the people who did stay, many of whom did stay in Palestine, right, for the 2,000-year period, right? Before the Zionists went back, like, they are like the people around them, because that's how it works, right? That's how actual people, it's not a settler colonial thing. And they still have their own Torah, they still have their own temple, they still have their own, you know what I mean? So the fact that Israel discriminates against literally the people who are our closest, in everything, right? Religion, right? They have a Torah, they have, rituals that are very similar to ours, etc., etc. The fact that they will often deny them, rights, etc., and will treat them just like any other Palestinian, right, shows that it's not a religious thing, right? Like, they use religion as a pretext, but again, the closest people group that's most like, again, like speaking religiously here, like the Jewish religion, they discriminate against them because they disprove the idea that there was a united kingdom under one type of religion, right? So if only we could live past retirement enough to enjoy it, it's a bit too much gain, better than it was. Okay, now it's good. Quick question. Some translations are different. Is it describing an abortion? Yeah, it is. Because in Jewish thought, a birth, life begins at the first breath, because God is very specific. God breathed life into Adam, right? So even our words for the word for soul all are related to things to do with breath or air, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like because also the idea of speech, right? It's air being, hello Zedzir, welcome in. Quick, or if you were born in a specific year, in a specific time, 100 years ago in Spain, right? Exactly. I mean, like I think, to me, Spain's like citizenship for Sephardic Jewish people shouldn't have ever stopped. Like, I think, to me, like, I mean, Spain owes the descendants of the people it expelled forevermore, right? Like, not just citizenship. Like, to me, that's not enough. I mean, you literally ruined an entire community and forced us to go into hiding and ethnically cleansed us. You know what I mean? Like, there is no reason why we should have to, you know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, right? Like, there is no reason why Spain or Portugal nor any of the other countries that did this should ever feel, and I include this to mean all the countries that have done this to all the other peoples, to Roma, to indigenous people, etc., to the African people, etc. They owe those, they have to be redressed. If our historical grievances are not addressed, then we can't do the liberal thing of like, oh well, let's just focus on the future now. No, because the past, by definition, right, forms the basis by which the future will, come about. So again, if you don't do something to repair, right, the immense loss of people that occurred, right, because we don't know, we will never know how many people died were massacred or whatever, that were put on the stake, I'll put it like that, right, for keeping their Judaism hidden, right? The issue I have with Japan, I'm an avid manga and anime watcher and had a reader. I don't much care for visiting Japan. Like, I've wanted to visit Japan, but the problem I seem to have is, I mean, I think you and I actually have a similar read on why we wouldn't want to go on one level. But also another thing too is that I just I wouldn't know, and this would be something that I would want to learn, right? This is something I would be open to, right? Would be how to approach, right? Like how to go there as a traveler, not a tourist, right? Like how do I actually get to interact with the culture fully? But that's for some reason that's become very strangely difficult. Oh, trust me. Oh yeah, Japan. Yeah, don't even get me started with like what happened in Nanjing, what happened in Manchuria, Korea, the Philippines. I mean, yeah, I mean, like the Philippines, there are still places to this day that are scarred by, I mean, bombardments from both sides, right? But, that people that are still, you know, that their grandparents were, used in slave labor, etc. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, Imperial Japan. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Seth Evans. Welcome in. Welcome in. So what you're saying is we didn't just fall out of a coconut tree? That's right. That's right. I heard this when talking with my brother, and we spoke about the latest ICJ ruling. Yeah, like, that ruling is the first time I've ever heard, like, the fact that the highest court in the world, supposedly, right, of course, I don't put full stock in it, right? No historian puts full stock in some institution like that. But the fact that they even, considered it, put it up for a vote, and came to the conclusion that, yeah, y'all have to pick up your bags and leave. That's new. You know what I mean? Like, that is something that I would have never expected to happen, right? So, my brother has been living in Japan for a few years. He enjoys it. I mean, again, I want to visit. I just, I just want to make sure that the way I'm approaching, and I am this way with every country that I visited or lived in, is that I always want to approach it from the understanding that I am not to insert myself, right, into judging or into, you know what I mean? Because, like, a lot where, like, people that live in the global north are kind of programmed to do that immediately, right? And it's like if you work on it, right, every time you go abroad, it eventually starts to become like second nature, where you start to not do that as much, right? But whenever you go to a new culture that's very different from the ones you've been to before, those ideological defenses that have been ingrained in your psyche because you lived in the global north, right, particularly like in the United States, right, that come with the racism, particularly anti-Asian racism, but also this weird, like, hagiography of Japan as this, like, perfect country because it's just Japanese people, right? Yeah, I was going to live in Japan, but I ended up coming back. I did a homestay program there one summer in the countryside. It was cool. Yeah, like, I want to visit. Like, it's funny because, like, everybody's like, oh, it would be so cool to go to all these cities, and it's like, I want to go to, like, some of the rural shrines, right? I want to go see, like the Temple of the Golden Pavilion. I want to go see, stuff that I've read about, stuff that historical sites. I don't just want to be in Tokyo all day. You know what I mean? But yeah. Oh yeah, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, definitely, for sure. I think the reason I read that their national insurance doesn't cover childbirth, that's shocking to me. That's wow. That's, which is strange because I thought that was one of the things that, like, they were trying to promote recently. I mean, I don't know.
Term priorities of Christian nationalism in the context of the U.S. are to call our nation, in her laws, formally to acknowledge the lordship of Christ, to declare solemn days of humility and repentance, to abolish abortion, to define marriage as the covenant union of a biological male and a biological female. Oh my God.
Look, like this part right here. No one. Well, I mean, like, even the countries that do put one, I don't like to talk about this stuff because it really, I mean, it's what if alt his stuff, right? Is that people act that, like, on the right wing, they think that everything is just this, like, competition of wombs, right? It's very disturbing to think of it like that, but it is something that has been written about. Like the Thomas Kuhne talks about it in his book about the Nazis, right? Belonging and Genocide, where he talks about the cult of motherhood, right? Where it's like, and this has to do with a lot of things. I don't want to go, you know me. I always go into the weeds. I'm a historian, okay? Like, that's kind of what I do, right? It comes from the reason why it was more of a thing in Protestant dominant Germany was because of the fact that Protestantism has a history of maligning things like convents, right? Nuns and virginity, right? And England is perhaps a perfect example of that, which is why English language stuff about fertility and all that stuff exists at a far higher rate than in almost any other language, right? Which is why like the incel thing could have only have come out of like the Anglo sphere, right? And that is because we have this like 400 almost 500 year history of, you know, telling women to get married, and that, you know, I mean, like you have like Herrick, right? To the virgins to make much of time, right? Like it's all about, you know, have kids. The Golden Pavilion was pretty. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, because I was reading about it, and it's the basis for Eucratic City in Pokemon Silver, Gold, and Crystal version, right? That is the basis for the one that has a Ho-Oh on it. In fact, if you read, there is a book, but I'm very iffy on this author, right? Which is because I mean it's even called the Ho-Oh bird, you know, like the bird on the top. It's called the Ho-Oh bird, right? But the author who wrote a famous novel about it was also like a fascist. So, you know, there's a problem with recommending Mishima. But yeah, he wrote Temple of the Golden Pavilion, and like there you can read like all the stuff and then kind of make the connection with the like that's one reason why I like Pokemon, is because it actually does showcase, right, like Shintoist, Buddhist, right, Taoist, you know, like all these different things, right? And like that's why I really like Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, because I loved the idea of like Team Magma, Team Aqua, right? And yet it my profile pictures of Pokemon, yeah. If I could ever find like a way, I can't say the word because, you know, Twitch is the way it is, but a way to play Pokemon on I probably would play Pokemon while replying to stuff. Yeah, Mishima. Oh gosh, especially now because like a lot of the like neo-fash people are like getting really into him. 6 out of 10 too much water.
God. Is that what the Bible?
Oh, but also biological male, biological female. What does that even mean? As much as Rudyard the Grillin Sicilian Lynch likes to say, unless you take a karyotype test, you actually can't, you know, tell what someone's gametes are. Like that's not a thing. There is no such thing as these, because one, like femininity, like gender as such, those are cultural conventions, and they are just that, conventions, right? Because we know that they change over time. But you know, now people like often will use the, you know, my joke, biological woman ad as opposed to robot woman. Right. Never heard of Mishima. He's this like Japanese author who, like, I mean, his famous phrase is "sun and steel." You know what I mean? And a lot of neo-fascists love that, right? Because they no longer have to use, you know, the older one. Right now they can use Sun and Steel. And Bronze Age Pervert, who is one of the faction heads of the far right, is big on Mishima. But the weird thing about Mishima is that, like, and if you read his book, I forget what the rest of the title is, but it's something masks. But it's literally him, like, dealing with the fact that, you know, heteronormative Japanese society and the way in which it's structured makes it so that he has to mask who he is, right, as a gay man, because Mishima was gay, and, you know, all of that stuff. So, and yes, if you'd like to help me out, particularly with paying, you know, medical bills, please go to my throne. I highly urge you, but again, it's totally your choice. You know, if you can't, you can. I understand that. only do it if you can, if so. But yeah, he tried to lead a coup to overthrow the new government of Japan after World War II, and essentially like install a fascist government, and was all about that stuff. Confessions of a Mask. Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, Mishimo boy. Bio male code for I'm a transphobe. Yeah, pretty much. A Life in 4 Chapters, a pretty movie. Ooh, if you can find like a way to, like, I don't know if it's available like somehow online, like either through like on YouTube. There are lots of movies you can watch for free. We could totally watch it for our community night. I've had to cancel the last couple ones because of the fact, the operations, but I might just put it on a different date. Like, I might just have it on Saturdays instead of Fridays, so that way, we don't have that issue.
Bible says? Does the Bible say that marriage is between a man and a woman? No, it doesn't. You know how I know? Marriage didn't exist at the time. I should probably back that up. This is Bart Ehrman on the right and Jeffrey Sykes on the...
Yeah, okay, yes, this is true. This is something that, like, again, we have to remember. Marriage, as we know it now, is a medieval institution. That is why even the capitalists, right, have been trying to get rid of it since day one. Right? Because it initially was a contract in Christian Europe, right, of two men making essentially a sale. That's literally what it is, right? Or that's literally what it was, I should say, right? The husband pays the dowry, right? Or pardon me, the husband does something in exchange, right? And then a dowry is given with the wife to the husband, right? Like it's supposed to be an economic thing, right? And only up until very recently, and there were the laws of coverture, right, or couverture, right, or cobertura if you speak Spanish, right, which literally said that, like, once you got married, right, you ceased to exist as a legal person, so to speak, right? Like, now, in the sense that all of your property, 100% of it, now became your husband's, right? That's why there were very few women historically, right, that ever got to be, like, very wealthy, right, through inherited wealth, because of the fact that the only way that could happen is if every male heir, right, passed. So unless they were gone out of the picture, only then could she inherit the money, and only then could she... So this is why a lot of 19th century women ended up not marrying and had lovers instead, right? But the point being that it was because as soon as they got married, everything belonged to the husband, right? That was the law of coverture. And also, like, SA, right? I don't want to go too in depth into what that means, but SA was considered, again, until very recently, a crime against property. So it wouldn't be taken to criminal court. It would be taken to civil court, in which case it would be considered an issue of quote-unquote damaged goods. I'm not even joking. Like, that's why incel language, right, uses a lot of this stuff. Like, it's literally from, like, the late 16th, 17th century and 18th century. Like, the Ovidian discourses that took place during that time period, they were, super misogynist, because, again, they could be, right? All of it was... that's why, like, when they read old books, right, like, that's something that they like to do, which they really don't, right? They just, like, pull up a PDF, and read, like, this or that, right? Things that affirm their own worldview. They will look at things like that and think, like, oh, yeah, it must be true because it's older, right? Because it's earlier in history, therefore it's more closer to the truth, which doesn't make any sense. But anyway, but again, those laws were on the books. Instagram quotes of Julius Evil in the background, right? I mean, that was literally GigaChad, remember? GigaChad got clapped on YouTube. He did one YouTube live, one YouTube stream, and got clapped. And it was literally like after he did all of his like evil takes, right? Yeah. So yeah, Confessions of a Mass.
Left Bible experts. Been in the field for 40 years. Okay, I think Sykes was like 1 year behind Ehrman in their education 40 years ago. They've authored papers in the field. They're experts, as far as anybody is an expert. Now listen to what Ehrman has to say here.
You pick this thing that somebody has an alternative lifestyle that you don't approve of, but you don't, if you don't pick other things.
No.
You don't pick somebody who's a glutton, or somebody who is an adulterer.
This video is actually about gay marriage and whether God disapproves of it. The answer is no, God doesn't disapprove of it, or at least the Bible doesn't give indication of that, because marriage didn't exist. And people who are complaining about it aren't complaining about gluttony or whatever other thing, the 7 deadly sins, even though that's not listed in the Bible. But they're not complaining about other sins.
Yeah, the 7 deadly sins first actually were the 8 malevolent thoughts or something like that. And I don't mean thought like, thought daughter. No, I mean like the one that they took off was Acadia, or Achedia. Some people will pronounce it like that, although it's Acadia, which essentially kind of is like, is essentially kind of like a description of like really bad depression. Like essentially if you were really depressed and like didn't take care of yourself and didn't do that, that was considered Acadia or Achedia, right? Malevolent thoughts, right? Yeah, exactly. The malevolent thoughts. That would be a very, very sick band name, I'll have to say. Who knows? But anyway, point being that it only exists in Western Christianity. Any of y'all know what thought means? Doesn't that mean like that garden implement over there? Right? Which for women it was hoe, and for men it was rake. Like both sexes, right? Those two sexes have garden implements that relate to them, but the one that only people seem to remember is a hoe, not the rake. Which I'm like, but men are rakes. Like that used to be a thing. Like that was an insult for men, but But yeah, so rakes. Remember that. But what was weird is like in the 18th century, it took a turn where the idea of the reformed rake was seen as the best husband to have, right? Like essentially, if you had a man that had slept around, right, and essentially got experience, I suppose is why they're kind of arguing that, but then decided to only love one woman, that was the best of everything, right? That like if he was reformed and repented and everything, that was the best type of husband to have. Which is funny because, yeah, reformed rakes, yeah, exactly. Because then that was seen as like, oh, then that's going to be a very successful marriage, which is interesting because it takes into account, I would argue, right, the women, right, and like their pleasure, right, like, so hello BKK, welcome in. So yeah, reformed rakes.
And lying or whatever. They're zeroing in on hating gay people.
Or you don't, you say, well, okay, I mean, there are things that don't apply. I mean, it sounds to me like, it sounds like you and I agree that Paul and Jesus, they probably didn't like the idea of men sleeping with men, but their concept of what that was all about, they didn't have our institution. They didn't have institutions of marriage. I mean, that you fall in love, you date somebody, and you go, you fall in love and you get married. They didn't have anything like that. And with the idea of two adults having a relationship where they decide they want to have intimacy together, there was nothing like that in the ancient. So
that's interesting, isn't it? Two Bible.
Like, yeah, and again, there are even writings of like monks and stuff like that where like, because if you read Plato, right, and even Aristotle, right, because Aristotle has that whole thing about how like when the world was created, and some people also try to make this fit the biblical narrative, and it does not, because like it doesn't like, because like so I don't know if people remember the story, right, where it's like there were 3 types of human things that kind of like Cronenberg type of monsters, I guess, right? They were like next to it, like they were attached like this, right? And there was female, male, and male, right? and that then they were torn apart, and then they would try to seek their other half, right? That was, I believe it's Aristotle that talks about this in one of his many texts. I think, does he mention that in the Republic? No, never mind. You unlocked an ancestor from the Animus. I guess so. You know, being a historian seems to cause that quite a lot, right? And so, because of that, right, the one that was viewed the highest was male, and you see a lot of this stuff even with like Bronze Age pervert. Like, he literally posts like what I could only say is like homoerotic thirst trapping, but then it's all like Nietzsche quotes and shit, and it's just like, what is going on? You know what I mean? It's like what is going on here, right? But it's because of I mean, Thomas Kuhn does sort of kind of mention this, but it's kind of like the obsession with the male form, right, begins to metastasize into this weird like worship of, I mean, it's kind of like how like gym bro culture eventually, like most people that get like super jacked, like the only attention they get is from other men, right? And it's like, you know, homophobic homoeroticism. Exactly, there we go, that's the perfect encapsulation of what it is. The fascist fetishization of masculinity veers into home, right? Because then eventually it's like, oh well, let's read this story about these two Greek figures that you know, did stuff when they were, you know, at the gates of Anatolia. I will say there's a lot of racist gays. Oh, Raven. Oh my goodness gracious. Trust me. I know. I like West Hollywood to me is like, no. Like it was supposed to be a refuge for gay people. Every time I go there, I swear, like, there is too much tea. Okay, I literally have too much tea in this house, but like there's too much tea when it comes to that. Either in the closet or out, can't tell how many. Oh, yeah, or no S slurs that they say against Mexicans or, you know, Latinx people in general. Let alone if you mention that you're Jewish. Oh my God. But yeah. Personally, I even call it male supremacy. I mean, it is, right? It is a kind of I mean, that's why I will often refer to it as masculinist rhetoric, right? Because it's like they take these things of what they think masculinity is and maleness, quote unquote, and then they hyper fetishize it, right? So, but yeah, like Grindr is just like, I mean, West Hollywood is if Grindr was a city, that's West Hollywood. Like all of like everybody is like 2 feet away, 6 feet away, or 0 feet away, and then you're like, oh my God, what on earth? Like, you know, like everybody is at the, you know, everybody just came out of the gym because there's like 1,000 gyms. You know what I mean? It's just having sex with, yeah, Nick Fuentes. Well, yeah. I mean, he also said some other things about, yeah.
Experts. Dude on the left is a pastor. He's a Christian pastor. So I don't want to hear any of this nonsense about the Bible supporting biological male and female marriage. At best,
also, God uses they them pronouns. You know that, right? Like, do people know this in Hebrew? In the Hebrew, and also in some cases even in the Greek, there are times where God is referred to with they them pronoun. God uses they them pronouns. If God is non-binary, I support MBs, okay? Even celestial ones, okay? I support even celestial MBs.
Jesus says a man will go off, leave his family, and
I never understood how it even started with calling God a dude, because you have like one. Yes, thank you so much, Uriah, for that. Yeah, one, because in Latin, right? I mean, you also have it in Greek too. I'm not gonna say the Greeks didn't call theos is a masculine noun, but the point being that the very idea of God, right, of Deus Pater, right, which is the Proto-Indo-European. Yes, thank you so much for that. Yes, all of the NB support and love. Um, the Proto-Indo-European languages, right, already have it so that Deus Pater, right, which becomes Zeus in Greek and Jupiter in Latin, but also, God the Father, right? It's literally that. It's God. It's the Father God, right? Deus Pater, but and he's a sky god, right? Like the Jewish people didn't view God, or Hashem as we call him, right, or them technically. Sorry, I didn't mean to misgender you. Anyway, you don't. It was not seen as a sky god. Like the idea of like the sky being this place where there's like palaces and blah blah. Like that's a very European idea of what that is, right? So, I understand it. Sorry, I was just saying it makes no sense on its face if you believe. Well, no, because it's interesting because when the concept of Christianity is brought into some languages, right? Like their idea of God, like what is the chief god or what is the chief deity, has always been female, right? And so then they're kind of like, and that's where things like in Judaism, for example, like there is a something called the Shekhinah, right? Which is because like there are cultures where there are mother goddesses, right, that are above all of the other ones, right? Like for example, like even in the Mexica tradition, right, like you have or quote unquote Aztec, right, like you have one of the most powerful, like the goddess that literally like creates, that is like a creator goddess, right, that gets killed by her son, literally is like seen as kind of like later on was seen as like a kind of feminist figure, and like the way how she's depicted, oh my gosh, I grew up with that depiction, but with it being kind of negatively shown, but that was because of a horror story. But still, the point, well, like a scary story, not a horror story, but anyway, scary story that people would tell Mexican kids, like myself. And but yeah, like she created the earth, but then her son, who's like the god of thunderstorms or something, kills her, and yeah. Oh yeah, in the Zocalo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For some reason, her name is escaping me right now. The carving. Yeah. Isn't Coatlicue. Thank you so much. Coatlicue. And that's why a lot of Chicana feminist scholars and Chicanx queer scholars use Coatlicue. They even use it as a conceptual thing, right? Like Coatlicue consciousness, blah blah blah, right? Because they don't want to look through the lens of Catholicism, right? Because it's patriarchal in nature. Instead, they look at a system that allowed for in fact, there's actually a play. God, I'm trying to remember its name, but it's literally a play where it's like the different gods, right? But it's the main, like the protagonist of the play is Coatlicue, right? And then her being betrayed by her son. Right, so it's really interesting. Isn't Amaterasu a woman god too? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. So because of that, again, like same thing in Basque, for example, which is not an Indo-European language, right? Like it views things through whether they are animate or inanimate. Well, how do you describe God if it's something eternal? Right, like how can you describe something as animate if it's not, you know what I mean? Like it like these are the things that over time, have had to be dealt with different cultures, and and that's why you see in certain Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu were a man and woman respectively. Okay, yeah, they were both creation deities, right, right. Um, and then you had what was it, the west wind, that caused her to get pregnant, and anyway, I used to do a more work in comparative like history, mythology stuff, but I used to do obviously focus on indigenous, but yeah, Coatlicue or Coyotl Xilacui is the other one, who is like the moon goddess, right, etc., right. So anyway,
leave to a woman or whatever. I don't even remember the verse now. At best, it says that. It doesn't say a man cannot do this or must do that. It just says this is something people do. Anyway, like, these people just don't seem to understand the first thing about any of this. How are they pastors? How are they like religious leaders when they're so uninformed about what the Bible says and what it means? And
well, I can tell you why they're pastors, because you know, in many like, I mean, like, for example, the IRS form to be considered a church or whatever, a religious institution, is literally like, as long as you tick some of these boxes, like you hold consistent services, you have literature, right, like the Bible or whatever. In this case, our literature would be, like my live streams, right? So, the Church of Shakespeare, or rather the Synagogue of Shakespeare, because, I am Jewish after all. Yeah, like, as long as you meet these certain qualifications, then you become tax exempt and don't have to fill out oh God, what is the name of that form? Like, I literally had it in my head all day yesterday because I was talking to someone about it, but oh well.
All that other stuff. To define marriage, I mean, again, like, they put abolish abortion. It supports abortion. Like, they get everything wrong. To abolish abortion, to define marriage as a covenant union of a biological male and biological female. I wonder what happens with, like, intersex people. To de-weaponize the federal and state bureaucracies which target Christians for censorship and persecution.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Moenop. Shaxio, yeah, the Shaxigog, yeah. I mean, I am a rabbi. I mean, I just don't have a pulpit, right, so to speak, right? But I kind of prefer that, right? Because I mean, being a rabbi comes with a lot of responsibilities, and where I live right now, there isn't exactly a community that needs a rabbi, so to speak. Unfortunately, but the Shaxigog, yeah. But that used to be what you just said, Moenop, is the actual legal definition of sodomy. Anything that Twitch channels the pulpit. I mean, for some people, yes, it literally is. Because I know that there are people that, like, they live stream their services. Like, I've seen it because there's a tag for it. All communities need a rabbi. That's true. No, but that was the definition of sodomy. So everything from, like, masturbation to, like, with a condom, right, counted as sodomy. Anything that was not done with the explicit, I guess, with the explicit end being to procreate is sodomy, right? So that's why when people say, like, oh, we should bring back sodomy, people say, oh, it's going to affect queer people, which that's true, right? Because it's obviously going to be applied very unfairly, but but it used to also be used against heterosexual cis heterosexual couples too, right? Like this actually used to be a big thing in the South, where, like, if they found out that you had a girlfriend that you were going steady with, right? Hey, if you tell a friend and they tell who knows who, they will, like, whether it was a fine or whatever it was, like, they would do it. And you can still find stuff like that on the book. So to be honest, fundamentalists, especially Southern Baptist types, would just reinterpret the Bible. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Like that's why they become pastors and why they always create these new branches. And again, I have nothing against people of any faith. I mean, I'm a rabbi. Why on earth would I have them, right? But when people want to create a document that says let's get rid of freedom of religious tolerance and everything, right? Then it's something I have to talk about, because like if there's no religious toleration in the United States, there's a problem. But we'll just reinterpret it. Yeah, exactly. They will just blow off the notion that the Bible supports abortion by saying it's the Old Testament and the Old Covenant. Right. And that is something that Joel Webbin does. He's like a post-millennial covenantal neo-Baptist. I don't even know. Like, I honestly don't. Like they literally just add more things, right? So then that way they can just be more like, niche. Hoot Night Daymal, thank you so much. I say this all the time. You can only do missionary only for reproduction, only with church permission, only through your government mandated tidy whities. I really need to figure out how to get both chats in here. I need to ask Zira how to do that. Yeah, sodomy laws are still on the books. They just haven't been enforced in a long time. So
really, to secure our borders and defend against foreign invaders. This is all political BS.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I hate like the rhetoric of calling people that are coming across the border as being invaders, when literally, and I'm not even joking, all undocumented people that work in this country pay into Social Security, pay into all of the social systems, right? That the very rancid ass white people that hate them, right, need to survive. Like, I'm not even joking. I know many people here that, are undocumented, right? They will never get to claim Social Security, ever. They will work until their last day. But they still pay into it because of their jobs. And yet they literally get no benefit from it, right? They cannot claim Medi-Cal, right? They cannot claim any of the stuff that they say. None of it is true. None of it is true. In fact, by applying, right, they could open it up so that they actually get deported. Like, people don't understand that it's like all of the stuff that they make up, that they give them this amount of money and blah blah blah. It's not true. It's literally untrue. And I would know because, again, I live in a neighborhood that is very, very Mexican, very Latino. Lots of people who are have either came within 2 generations or are here, like, literally living in conditions that I wouldn't, conditions they should not have to, right? Like, if it's a 1-bedroom apartment, there shouldn't be all these men that have to wake up at 3 in the fucking morning to drive all the way out to who knows where to go work all fucking day, right? Just so then that way they're paying for someone else's retirement fund, But that's just me. I don't know. I feel like that's a little unfair. I don't know. Yeah, contrary to right-wing beliefs, the people who receive the most help from things like food stamps or Social Security are white people. Yeah, literally. Like, this whole white middle class thing is like literally that whatever that class was from the 1950s to the 1980s it's gone. Like, I don't know why people still pretend like it's a thing. I mean, I've seen, like, I remember once I was at one of the universities here in the LA area. I'm not going to say which one, obviously. And I saw this dude that had a big ass, like, new truck, right? It was lifted, everything. And he literally had the gall to put blue collar worker. I'm like, bro, you own an HVAC business, yeah? Because you inherited from your dad. That doesn't count. That's not a blue collar. Like, that doesn't make you blue collar, right? Like, you have a big ass truck. That's not a blue collar thing. You know what I mean? Hello, Geo Dragon. Welcome in. all undocumented immigrants live in 4-star hotels and are given $30,000 a day, right, to vote Democrat. I mean, literally, like when JD Vance brings up like, oh, we need to have voter ID. Like, what are you talking about? Like, literally, the whole point is that they are undocumented. That means they can't vote. Like, if they're undocumented, they do not have the documents to get the identification to vote. Because, and also, hello, FLFNF. Buenas tardes. Espero que estés bien. But you know, but they love to call us, I mean, now calling us invaders, like the amount of violence that has occurred, whether physical or verbal or whatever, that I've seen, that I heard of, or right, it's getting crazy. Like, I watched a documentary that I can't really play because I know that they would copyright strike it, or copyright it, you know, claim it. But like, there's this like little old man, little old cowboy wannabe man. He's like, I'm always carrying around a firearm around here because they're coming across, you know, these hills right here, and just like, bro, like, can you just calm down? And then they show a guy that's set up, right, in a like a small camp, right, that has places where they can sleep, where they can finally be safe, where now they can go through the legal process of claiming asylum or whatever it might be, right? Because they're given food, they're given water, they are given a place to use the restroom. That's what they need. They don't need some like Boomhauer and we're gonna come around here and over the top one of my guns. You know, like, stop. They have nothing against you. In fact, if you tell them to get off your property, they will. They want to get off your property, right? They don't know it's your property. They will leave. They will leave. They want to, right? So like all of the, you know, I'm going to go over there where I'm over here driving around my truck and I'm going to go over there right to that border wall, you know. Ever since Trump and Biden came, you know, they stopped building up that border wall. You know what I mean? It's just like, what is going on with you, man? You own a big ass truck. You are not blue collar unless you express solidarity by subscribing to Shakespeare for $5.99 or free with Twitch Prime. That's right. Just be normal. That's my boss. He was gifted a whole house at 21. He inherited an oil heating service. Oh yeah. His parents became millionaires, and when he was still under 18, he says he's self-made blue collar. Like, I know people who literally, like, during the pandemic, right? Because, you know, like, when people did go on lockdown here, right? And they're jornaleros, right? Every day they have to go, and people make fun of them, but I respect these people because I know that it's hard. They have to go wait outside of, you know, like a nursery or whatever, and they have to do some of the hardest ass work, right? Like, you know, and white people are always talking about, oh, I went and picked up 6 whatever, blah blah blah, and then like use them as close to slave labor as possible, right? And literally brag about it, right? It's like, oh, look at the wonderful work that they did for like near nothing, right? Let alone anything, you know, any of the abuses that have been done, which if you want to read more on that, there is literally the book Undocumented Americans by Carla Cornejo. Highly recommend. Because she actually interviews them, not even in California, in Jersey, in New York. Like, you know how many people actually passed in 9/11 that were undocumented that will never be counted? Because they do not exist. So therefore their families cannot claim the unlimited amount, right? Literally, they were given an unlimited amount to pay the victims and their families of 9/11. But the people who were undocumented technically don't exist, right? They have never been able to claim that because they don't exist in the eyes of the U.S. government. So nobody wants to be on your property. Yeah, exactly. thought I would check it out your channel since NCC isn't streaming. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, today is like I usually don't stream Thursdays, but because I've been getting like a series of operations, usually most of the week I'm kind of like, I like Owen. And thank you so much for stopping by. I hope that, that you're enjoying yourself. I truly do.
The state is not targeting Christians for censorship and persecution. Everybody is equally as free to be whatever religion they want. There are no limits on that until you interfere with my rights to do what I want to do. Christians have just as many rights as Muslims do in the U.S. In fact, Christians have more rights because Christians are actually favored in the U.S. But the persecution part comes in here in their minds because they're not allowed to force it on people. They're not allowed to force teachers to read from the Bible in schools. And that's persecution in their heads. They're trying to punch somebody in the face, and they're being prevented from punching someone in the face, and they're complaining that their rights are being curtailed because they can't do that. That's what's happening. That's a description of this whole line right here. In fact, this whole document. In this bit about defending against foreign invaders. This is just like brazen political nonsense here. To recapture our national...
Which is like, not to do basic liberal, the way how liberals think of this, but let's entertain it for like 10 seconds. The fact that this at one point used to be Mexico means that excluding them, right, kind of goes against certain liberal principles. Like, well, if they're Mexican and this used to be a part of Mexico, then doesn't it naturally follow that therefore they would be the, blah, blah, blah. I don't like that argument or those arguments because I think that they're... One, Mexico is also a settler colonial state, In fact, one of the longest wars... And again, so again, I'm a historian. I always get into the weeds. One of the longest wars by white settlers against indigenous people was in Mexico. From 1847 to 1901, La Guerra de las Castas. 10% of the population versus 90% of the population. So that's why I'm saying, like, Mexico is not like, oh, this, it's very anti-indigenous, right? It has an indigenist ideology, right? But it's by putting the indigenous people as being something of the past, right? An anthropological relic. Hello, Patricia. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, hello, my dogs are gone. My co-worker's ex-wife, a Filipina, got citizenship through marrying her, and is now what?
Sovereignty from godless global entities who present a grave threat to civilization, like the United Nations, the WHO, the World Economic Forum, etc., and to exercise restraint in international military intervention and adventurism in overseas democracy building.
Like, literally, to me, that's just a whole bunch of dog whistling of, Like, anytime they've mentioned the World Economic Forum, and I'm like, okay, fine. So, what, you're against capitalism now? No, of course not. Of course not. Right? Like, that's not what they're against. They're against, the people that run the, blah, blah, blah. It's just dumb. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to transition now to the other, which is oh yeah. I just need to find the right video. Oh my gosh, why is Skibbity Biden trending? He's not even running anymore. Why do people care about Skibbity Biden? Like, it's a little late for that. There we go.
Yes, Logan Paul has...
Okay, whew. That was loud. Hello, hello. I'm back. My internet decided. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay. So, here we go. We have CoffeeZilla versus Logan Paul. Which, by the way, I mean, you know, like, look, I get, yeah, those people win. Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, why else would you name the United Nations and then the World Economic Forum? Like, oh, these intragovernmental organizations, when literally, like, what do you, like, the only thing that, like even under the League of Nations, like, the vaccination campaign that they did against malaria saved the lives of millions of people. But, you know, oh, horrific, you know. But for Logan, I'm like, look, you live in California, right? Doesn't he live in California? Like, you could sit outside a little bit more, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's weird. Because, like, usually people try to, like, you know, get tan when they become fighters. I don't know, but...
sued CoffeeZilla for saying mean things about his crypto scams. Hey, Logan, I'm going to say some mean things about...
According to Styx Dragon Charon, the war against native Mexicans... Oh, it still is. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, the Zapatistas are the perfect example of that. Sadly, but it's true. The government going against them and, you know, trying to deplete their ability to produce their own food, trying to... or even when they built the tourist train, right? Destroying archaeological sites that had hitherto been undiscovered, you know, destroying miles and miles of, you know, as they say, virgin forest, right? Logan Paul moved to Puerto Rico for the tax break. Oh, so he's settling. He's literally settling in a U.S. colony. Great.
You want to dance? But who could have possibly have seen that Logan Paul's crypto ventures might not be on the up and up? I mean, you'd need at least one...
Someone in the USA mentioned on, I think it was Lost Zeus channel, that they met someone that didn't realize Native Americans still existed. Well, yeah, because all of the 19th century, they talked about two people groups in particular that were going to go extinct, right? Like, by themselves. I mean, that's kind of how they viewed it. And that was the indigenous people and the Jewish people. I'm not even joking. Like, those, like, that is why, to me, Jewish indigenous solidarity needs to be like one of the forefront things, especially in the United States, but especially in all of the Americas. Because, like, if you read 19th century novels, they talk about Jewish people as though, like, oh, they existed in the Middle Ages, right? But they don't really exist now, right? And Logan Paul murdered endangered turtles by crushing their eggs, Soul Life says. Oh, God. But yeah, against the indigenous people, you know, I mean, even up until the Second World War, right? You have that, you have the war, quote unquote, against the Yaqui and the Apache. You know what I mean? Like that's why I'm like, as like, I will praise whatever any good thing that comes out of that happens in Mexico, right? But I am very critical of its policies towards indigenous people, Jewish people, marginalized people in general, right? Yeah, the whole blood quantum thing. Well, it's funny you bring that up, Nero, right? Because that's actually something that a lot of critical race scholars and even American Indian or Indigenous American Studies scholars have written about. That why is it that indigenous people are trying to use the master's tools, in this case the idea of blood quantum, via race science like DNA test, right, to prove, right, one's indigeneity, right? Like, that's not how they determined indigeneity before, right? Like, one's connection to the nation or to the different subgroups, right? But now that's become almost the standard way, right? And that's because of the eliminationist, exterminationist policies, right? Like, they feel that, like, one theorist said it's like the need to justify indigenous existence via the tools, the very tools that aided in genociding the indigenous people, right? So that's I mean, that was their argument, But I found the article very interesting. Do you think the same applies to Roma people in the Americas? Of course. I mean, like every single time that I have seen Roma people, like almost all of them have like family that was like during like in Mexico's history, or even during the revolution, even during the Mexican Revolution, right, that were attacked or were unalived, etc., because of being Roma, right? And like even in Mexico, they don't even call them Roma, they call them Húngaros, right? Hungarians, which I don't really like to call them that, because that's not what they are. I mean, they're Roma, right? But it's just this really strange thing. I mean, why not exploit Puerto Rico while it's still a U.S. territory? Well, see, I've spoken with a lot of Puerto Rican scholars, and what they're saying, what the United States has been doing with Puerto Rico for a long time now, is like with like when Hurricane Maria hit and all of that other stuff, right? The earthquake, etc., is to literally immiserate the indigenous Puerto Rican people, right? The Puerto Ricans, make them go to the Americas, and then move in white settlers, right? Because wherever the white settlers are, they didn't have a loss of electricity for years. They didn't have, destroyed streets for years. They didn't have, all of these things, right? So it's literally like a 19th century colonial relationship where they're trying to compel, right? But say, oh, well, they chose to leave, right? They chose to leave, of people moving stateside and then moving in people to Puerto Rico that are white. So then that way they can reach a, like, kind of like what they did in New Mexico, right? Like, they wouldn't let it become a state until it became a Anglo white majority, right? So a non-Hispanic white majority, because it's already a white majority, technically speaking, from in a, if you want to call it that, right? But they don't want it to be a Hispanic white majority, right? And so that is kind of like why all of the tax breaks and everything else that's done is done on one hand, whilst the government has its hands tied like 50 different ways, right? So that way it cannot address, like, for example, like when it couldn't declare bankruptcy, right? So instead it has this commission that's peopled by white people from the United States, right? That now get to slash the budgets of education and infrastructure and all of that other stuff, all in the name of fiscal responsibility, quote unquote, right? But it never affects the towns that have become majority, gringo white. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, hey, yeah, the Native Americans on Twitch I've encountered that speak about blood condoms speak against it. Right, yeah. I mean, I am very much against race science in general. Like, I can't. Like, it's just one of those things that I'm like, I don't want to ever, give it any value or any... Yeah, for sure. He did it by driving on a protected beach doing... he was whipping shitties on the eggs. That's not good. It's the race science BS, the master tool, exactly. That is why, like, I've often discussed with some theorists that, like, identity has always been constructed. Only white people, like, only whiteness, is something that is tied to blood quantum, right? And it was historically used against Jewish people, hence, like, even the Nuremberg laws were like that, right? Then were applied to the vast variety of human difference in the Americas, with, like, imported slaves, etc., etc. why should we, as marginalized people who have been harmed and indeed, genocided, um, all over the world because of that system, why should we have to therefore use that system to prove our own histories, or to give weight to our own epistemologies of relation with other people, right? And some people will often respond, well, like, we have to function within the system we have, right? But it's like, well, sure, there's that. But when you're denying someone, status of being a tribal member, like what Patricia's mentioning, because they don't fit the United States, kind of defined idea of what an indigenous person is, which is based on blood quantum, then you're literally, doing a disservice, right? Like, to the people that historically were, even famous leaders of, like, the Creek Nation that were, less than 50%, quote unquote, right? Yeah. Here in Utah now, the youth have to be 51% in blood quantum to be a tribal member. Quite a few younger ones are marrying Hispanic, so their kids won't be enrolled as which again, like, one, Hispanic not being a race, right? But the fact that most Mexican people and most Hispanic people in general do have indigenous blood, right, so to speak, quote unquote, right? I don't really like to talk in that language, but so, and we don't know from where, right? Like, because there are some people that have lived on what later became the United States for hundreds of years because they were given land grants, right? And some of these people were mestizo or Afro mestizo, and so they were able to move up in society by moving to the frontier, right, and get access to jobs and other such things, right? And then, like, with the Mexican-American War and everything that's happened since then, have kind of been classified as Hispanic, even though they might have a connection to, like, the Pueblo. Like, for example, like in New Mexico, right? Like, most people, like, there are a lot of people there that are the descendants of Spanish settlers, yes. But most of them are not, like, monoracial, right? Like, and so it would be a disservice, I think, to say, well, they don't count as indigenous, even though by definition, they're related to the different Pueblo peoples around them, or the Zuni or whatever, like, you know what I mean? Like, it, but yeah, it's a difficult thing. That history has been stolen from them, and yes, and to reclaim that history, right? Like, that is one of the things that it's like, that's why, like, when I meet people who are interested in that, that have wanted to, like, go study history, right, and try to work with people, colleagues of mine that I know, across the country and even in other countries, that that do try to tell the counter narrative, right? That do try to show that, like, our indigenous epistemologies, our indigenous ways of identifying what, et cetera, don't have to be measured against the white Western one, right? We don't have to keep doing that, right? We don't have to keep doing XYZ, right? Because then that causes more and more of it to fade away, right? At least that's the argument of some of my colleagues. And so that's why, like, as much as I can help people, when it comes to history stuff, like books or whatever, like recommendations, I always try to do that because I know that so much of that history is never taught. Never taught at all, It reminds me of the subject of reparation advocates who think the only black people in the United States to qualify for reparations are the only ones who can actually trace that they're descendants of slaves. We're all here because of slavery. I mean, yeah, and not only that, but then it's like, but yeah, but then that gets into blood quantum ideas, right? Because like I mean, even in Mexico, right? Like the idea of mestizaje is usually seen as only two races, quote unquote, right? The indigenous people and Europeans, but it's technically three, right? There were also African people, right? In fact, the only population in colonial Mexico that ever had a decline, right, after a certain point in time, was the black population, but that's because of intermixture, right? Like there were less people who were only black or only identified as black over time. And so like most of us in Mexico have black ancestry, right? And would therefore, be related to people that were brought here for slavery, you know. Isn't Nosferatu Spanish? It means we ferratu. Oh my gosh, imagine. It's our ferratu. Well, no, if he was French, it would be our ferratu. But anyway, but yeah, like that's another thing, right? Like Tlatelolco, where the infamous massacre happened by the dictatorship in 1968, is called La Plaza de las Tres Culturas, right? Of the three cultures. What are those three cultures? European culture, indigenous culture, and African culture. But people, especially in the United States, like to focus only on the two, right? And then it's a question of, do they emphasize the European one, right, which is the Hispanicist view, which was the way Mexico also operated until the 20th century, or is it the indigenous view? But the indigenous view is not pro-indigenous people. It's using the idea of indigeneity and all of those things, right, as a kind of motif, right, to kind of justify certain things, right? So Pangea wasn't 200,000 years ago. No, it was not.
An eye for that. But to take you back, he promised that his game, Crypto Zoo, which combined cryptocurrency and NFTs, would allow users to make real money with barely any effort.
It's a really fun game that makes you money. I really, really do believe it is going to be the catalyst for a lot of young people getting into crypto.
That sounds like a horrible idea. Young people should not be into crypto, nor should anybody else of any age. That's why that one economist that I watched, Yuri, I hate the fact that he's so interested in crypto, because I'm like, I don't know why you think that a speculative asset has any real legitimacy. I mean, in my,
I think this will be their first fun NFT crypto experience. My game.
Now, it's possible that Crypto Zoo might have made Logan Paul some real-world money with very little effort, but players who purchased the in-game currency were left out.
Oh my God.
But that's where YouTuber Coffeezilla, real name Steven Findezen, comes in. He's been investigating Paul's promises and the demise of...
And what's interesting is like Steven, right, or Coffeezilla, right? Like he's Hispanic, but if you heard the name Findezen, right, you wouldn't think that, right? Like I know people who are Mexican, right, who have like a Slavic surname and don't speak English, right? But it's different, right? Because then their whiteness is kind of like more acceptable to white people in the United States. And that's where the book New Immigrant Whiteness comes to play, where Eastern European Jewish Americans, or have been assimilated into whiteness, but Russian Americans as such, or Eastern European, there's still this like interesting question that that exists because of that. What do you mean y'all are being so literal?
Of Crypto Zoo since at least 2022, calling Paul out for being a scammer. And now Logan Paul has filed a defamation lawsuit against Coffeezilla. Paul alleges that he maliciously and repeatedly published false statements accusing...
Remember the rules of online beef. You do not sue over online beef. Rule 2, you do not sue over online beef. That is actually a pretty good rule. See, I like the whole soap thing. Like, okay, because in the book they meet at a nude beach, I always thought that the soap was a reference to when they're about to leave the nude beach, right? And he has to take a quick shower, right? To get off the sand and also like get off the water from him. But in the movie, I don't remember what the the connection. I'm black. My first name is Arabic. My middle name is Italian. And my last name is Irish. Like I said, I love those. I love the idea of what's his name? Oh gosh, I'm gonna forget his name. Anyway, famous American poet that says, like, I contain multitudes, right? I know it's, it became very cliche because, like, in the 2010s, like, there were some people that, like, kept using his stuff over and over again. His main book of poetry. But I do like that idea. It's like, yeah, we all contain multitudes. To prioritize one over the other shows your ideological position, right? Like, in terms of whiteness, right? Like, not if you do it in terms of a marginalized identity, right? Which is why I don't like when people try to equate white nationalism with, like, any other type of liberation struggle, right? Or pardon me, with any liberation struggle, because white nationalism is not a liberation struggle. It is the opposite.
Paul, of operating a scam related to CryptoZoo.
Yes, Walt Whitman, thank you. Yes, and it's like, it's not House of Leaves, but it's something Leaves. I know that, but...
And that these lies have hurt his reputation caused him significant emotional distress. Logan Paul was just an upstanding internet citizen who completely rehabilitated his image, and then CoffeeZilla just came out of nowhere and ruined that good name. But first, what is CryptoZoo? Well, CryptoZoo was a Pokemon-inspired trading game where users could buy eggs, hatch them, and then breed the animals. To participate, users spend their
Wait, what? Who does that? Who does what? Emphasize only their whiteness? I mean, a lot of, Leaves of Grass. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, Leaves of Grass. I haven't read Whitman in quite a while, because I actually had to read him quite a lot. Because, like, it's funny, too, because Walt Whitman, like, his book got famous because he would write under a pseudonym in different newspapers that he, like, either owned or would write in, and wrote all of these good reviews about his book. And that's how his book became popular. Yeah. Like again, I was mainly saying because I said, like, nationalism, but it was my own confusion. Yeah, it's not a liberation struggle, right? Like, they might say that it is, but it is dependent by definition. Whiteness is dependent upon the oppression of the people who who are not classified as white, right? And we can see this time and time and time, even to this day, again and again. That's why that's why it's not liberatory. Like, genocide is not liberatory. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but Netanyahu. But it's not liberatory. That's not. The Jewish people. Having self-determination is not genocide. I don't know what to tell you. But
non-fungible tokens called Zoo Coins to buy the eggs. The app runs on the Binance Smart Chain, and the NFTs are purchased with Ethereum. The game promised users that they could make real money this way.
By the way, I have no idea what, like, any of the crypto things are. Like, I read about, like, the stuff, and they mainly talked about Bitcoin and some, like, previous, like, experiments. But I did read the United States Republican Party National Convention, or their platform. And they actually say that they, quote unquote, want to keep crypto free from government regulation and like from inspection or like whatever. Like, they don't want to have to, like, subject it to, it being monitored, which is kind of weird because from what I understand, like, that is, like, its usage has always been, I mean, historically has always been for very sussy stuff, right? At least, again, from what I read. I mean, the book might be outdated, but, I don't know.
All you had to do was breed very rare digital hybrid animals and then watch your cache of coins grow.
Bro, we have a massive team behind it and are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's going to work.
It was a simpler time back then.
I have to admit, like, just listening to him, I don't believe him. Like, just the way how he sound. Like, again, I don't want to like be like, oh, I'm prejudiced against him, but like the way how he's pitching this is just making me like, I don't trust you. You know what I mean? It's like very much a like, no, this doesn't sound real.
Sales pitch worked. Players purchased over $2.5 million worth of digital eggs, which helped create enough hype to convince the crypto market that the Zoo coin's actual value was worth up to $2 billion. But here's the catch. CryptoZoo launched in September 2021, but as of 2024, it's still not fully playable. Players who purchased the eggs couldn't breed them, let alone cash out the coins for real money.
Oh, wait, how do you breed eggs? Is it just me, or like does that even make sense? How do you breed eggs? Anyway.
And investors said that the eggs
You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. Never mind. I don't want to know.
just a picture on a screen that was basically worth nothing whatsoever. And that's a pretty accurate description of an NFT. It took me and Steve Bold 27 minutes to say the same thing a few years ago. But the CryptoZoo development team left the project in October of 2021, alleging that, quote, Logan's team has stolen tokens from all of its V3 investors, while also lying to the public that he had paid the devs $1 million. Now,
You're so great, Sasha. I appreciate that. That's great.
while it's not unusual for a group of people to have creative differences, Paul's silence and the lack of playable game led many people to believe that they'd been conned. In December of 2022, CoffeeZilla started a 3-part series on CryptoZoo. At first, Paul responded by blaming a developer who fled to Switzerland with the source code and held it hostage for $1 million. However, CoffeeZilla tracked down...
Wait, you like that's interesting in a weird way. Like, he held it hostage, the source code, for $1 million. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, yes, it's holding it hostage, quote unquote, but it just sounds weird like that, because I'm like, but it's code, right? Like, it's not a... Well, Shakespeare, when a mummy and a daddy Pikachu... No. Oh my gosh. No, it's just like... It's because he said, like, you get the eggs and breed them. And I'm like, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, they are the product of breeding, aren't they? Are they not? Right? Because then it's like breeding squared, right? It's like... Anyway, I don't want to get into like polynomial breeding. I don't know.
Developer Zach Kelling, who disputed everything Paul said about him. And reporters also discovered that Paul's other partner on the project, Eddie Ibanez, was a catch-me-if-you-can level liar. Paul's manager, Jeff Levin, allegedly knew about Ibanez's exaggerations before the CryptoZoo launch, but kept him on the team. Then Logan Paul filed his lawsuit in...
Oh yeah, I've watched this weird video. Maybe I should, like, I could go over it, although I don't really care about what he's talking about. But he said that you water... things, like you water and like you dig a hole in the ground, right? You drop an acorn in and then you water it with fertilizer. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? That isn't water with fertilizer. Like what are you talking about? I don't know. Just some people need to like just, and this person is being like upheld as like, oh, he's really, really great because you can't breed your eggs and eat them too, right? It makes more sense than Sonic Adventure 2 where you literally had to pet the egg to make it hatch. I mean, yeah. No, like it doesn't make any sense in the sense that like like how do you water with fertilizer? Like if you put fertilizer, it's just more dry stuff. Right? So how are you watering it? Like nothing will grow if you just do that. Like you still have to put water. You can't water with fertilizer. Like that doesn't make any sense. But he got fired from his job because he did this, like, I mean, how he describes what he did. I mean, I haven't seen the thing, but he says that like, oh, some kid in his class said that J.K. Rowling was transphobic, and then he like made him do this exercise to kind of like prove that like, oh, it was just like woke propaganda or something. I don't know, who knows. I love Sonic Adventures 1 and 2, Dreamcast Rock. Oh yeah.
Federal court in the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas. Though Logan Paul putatively lives in Puerto Rico and CoffeeZilla and his company reside in Texas. Although many defamation complaints are filed in state court, filing in Texas federal court gives Logan Paul an advantage because CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the Texas anti-SLAPP law. As you might know, a strategic lawsuit against public participation, or SLAPP suit, is a legal action intended to censor, intimidate, or silence critics by burdening them with the cost of legal defense. And
This is why I believe that there needs to be a federal anti-slap law, because this is just ridiculous. Like like so much, like everything, like in the United States, where they're like, oh, we need to do it to the states. We like, oh, the states have to, like, then why are you United States then? Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you have no problem when it's taking away people's rights. Oh, yeah, we should do that at the federal level. But the very moment that it's something like, I don't know, anti-slap laws, it's like, oh, no, we have to do it each state by state. And then each state, oh, well, we have to do it, county by county. Like, enough with this. Like, like the United States is connected enough to where having a more centralized government makes sense. But this is just ridiculous. Like, every state has to pass it. Oh, but it doesn't matter because you did it in district court, so it's a federal case. So therefore, it doesn't matter that Texas has an anti-slap law because it doesn't count in federal cases, even if they're filed in Texas. Sometimes water with diluted fertilizer, maybe.
Texas Citizens Participation Act, or TCPA, allows defendants to file a motion to dismiss a legal action that infringes on their right to free speech. This motion can be filed early and often before the case proceeds to discovery, which saves...
Like, to me, like this, right? Like, liberalism is, what it is, but like this, these are the things, right? Like, these are aspects that, like, for a future socialist legal system, right? Which we have to think about, right? Because one day there will be one, right? This would be something that would have to be implemented, right? Because we don't want people who very easily, right, can still, because we will not live to see communism, right? Like that's something that future generations will get to enjoy. That's not us, right? We will be on the road of socialism, right? But we will have to be fighting battles against the reactionaries the entire time, right? As Mao describes, right, etc. So, like, our, like, kind of like in the Michael Parenti way, right? That, like, our revenge will be the laughter of our children kind of thing, right? So, like, we will not see communism fulfilled, right? We can see socialism be implemented, right? But it's a process that takes time, right? To get to a classless, whatever, et cetera, right? But on the way there, right, there are some good ideas that exist, even in even in the liberal tradition, right? That like this, right? Like, yeah, there shouldn't be frivolous lawsuits, right? We shouldn't have a socialist legal system that still allows frivolous lawsuits, right? Because there still will be lawsuits. Yeah. At the back of a Chow Garden store. Yeah. I remember that. Love that quote. Yeah. Yes. Our revenge to the capitalists will be the laughter of our children. Yeah, I love that quote too. Because it's true. Like that's one of the things I could be. I mean, like I said, I've lived in the Philippines, Mexico, etc., and that is just like, there are just some things where that my hope is not dampened ever. It doesn't mean it's never tested, but it still makes me want to work even harder to try to do what I can, right? There was a joke he put in Black Shirts in Red that was floating around Russia circa 92 goals. What did capitalism do in 1 year that communism didn't? Make communism look good. Yes, in fact, I was reading, I have it here. Sasha, what is that face about? This comes from a study from what's the study? I can't remember it's from Mikhail Moatsos, Global Poverty Past and Present since 1820. Okay. And this is a quote from this, right, that's highlighted. Quote, based on these measures, right, like the decline in extreme poverty, right, not using the neoliberal ones, because those are just, those are meant to be wrong in many ways. With these measures, Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union achieved the largest reduction in extreme poverty in history, from 91% in 1820 to 2% in 2018. That would not have been possible without the Soviet Union. Like I've had people try to argue with me saying, "Oh, well, the Tsar had started some industrialization." Not enough. Not enough. I mean, Russia was not a leading imperialist economy. That is for sure. And having Russian imperialism what is not a good thing. You know what I mean? Like it's all of these things. Like Russia could have competed with the other capitalist powers. It's like that's not good, right? That's the reason why like reactionary people like Haas and Hinkle and everything. It's like that's what they want, right? They want the current Russian state to behave in that reactionary way, not the way how the Soviet system actually worked, right? It's them literally saying the Soviet Union in its founding failed because it was too woke, essentially, right? Alleviating poverty is too woke, right? Et cetera, right?
A huge amount of money. However, CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the TCPA to file an early motion to dismiss and recover costs because the Fifth Circuit, which rules over Texas, ruled that the state law doesn't apply in federal court. Parenthetically, I'll note that there's a circuit split where some federal courts will.
Well, like the not getting to see communism, it's like in the sense of like when people say, "Oh, like how will you bring about communism?" It's like, well, it's not a. I mean, capitalism didn't happen in one generation, right? Like capitalism was inborn within feudalism, right? And it took a lot of things before we could get to, the capitalist world system we have now. In the same vein, right? Like we already see the birth pangs of socialism, right? Because we already had two successful major revolutions, right? The Russian and the Chinese one. But of course, then we had revisionism, et cetera, right? I don't want to get into all the details, but the fact that they happened shows that capitalism isn't this, like that capitalism has as full control as it once did, right? Like its victory over the Soviet Union in 1991 means that capitalism is more unstable than ever before. Like it's only become more unstable as time has gone on. So in that sense, right, like, but you can also see that people are rejecting particularly the neoliberal aspect of capitalism, but capitalism as a whole, right, all around the world, particularly in the global south, right, where people's lives are worth less than the commodities they are forced to dig so that way, Tesla can have its electric cars, right? You know what I mean? Like, and it's stuff like that, right, that like eventually leads to things where the processes of socialism will and are, going on, right? Like in that sense, it's like socialism is in the air, right? But it's going to take a while before it's, on every street corner, so to speak, The woke Viet Union. Yeah. Of course, Sasha.
Apply state-based anti-SLAPP laws, and some will not, which is why.
These people seem to forget that capitalism and markets are two different things. Oh yeah, 1000%. Like markets existed under feudalism. They existed even in like, as soon as you get the agricultural revolution, you get markets. Like, did you see the whole ACP? Yes, I did. I saw it. And it was so cringe that I was just like, and of course they had to steal the CPUSA thing, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, of course they added the stripes, right, of the American flag. And I'm just like, anybody who joins this, anybody that's even just, nah. They seem to have it in their heads that under communism money will just disappear. No, I mean, like, again, like, like it's funny you bring that up, because actually that was something there was like a discussion happening in some YouTube comments, which are cursed anyway. um but there were people saying that like they liked Andrew Jackson because he like ended the national bank. And it's like, well, yes, technically yes, that was the era of free banking, but during that time all that did was just create state level banks, right? But they still needed a national authority, right? In this case, the New York Security Fund, and also the Suffolk Bank in Boston, right? To one, secure the deposits, right, in the different currencies, and two, to provide that there was also an at par or near par exchange rate, right? Because now you had Mississippi dollars, Tennessee dollars, right? Like people seem to think that that would be preferable, and it's like, do you not see how like him getting rid of the bank, which of course is just some dumb, mix of anti-Semitism mixed with God only knows what. Usually because they literally just don't understand basic economics, is that because he did that, and then when the national, and they also don't know economic history of the United States, which is again very short economic history too, for all that is that then the 1963 National Banking Act made it so that those institutions had to be brought together because it was an absolute mess, right? CPUSA, but more openly chauvinistic. Oh, way more openly chauvinistic, like beyond chauvinistic. I mean, like literally, it's like the worst blunt rotation. Like one of the worst. It's not the worst, but it's up there. It's up there. It's like top 10, maybe top 20, but top 20. I don't want to give him too much credit. But it's bad. It's gonna be cheap stuff that it's just not. It's gonna leave you with a headache. Anyway, the point being that then also the legislation that happened in '74, I believe, then forced the United States back onto a gold standard, which is a horrible idea. And I wish people would realize this, because so many people keep getting scammed into buying gold. And it's like, why is gold bad for a currency? Because it's a commodity. Therefore, the whole point of it is its convertibility to currency, not in and of itself. It doesn't have any inherent value, right? Otherwise, its value wouldn't go up and down. But, try explaining that to people that think that like Milton Friedman, is like the economic demigod. I was explaining that like when the legislation in 1874 was passed, its name escapes me right now, but when it was passed, it actually caused, a lot of them are driven by prepper knowledge though. Yeah, true, because they think that prior to money existing, there was a barter economy, and that's not true. There was never a barter economy of any country, of any state, or anything in the ancient world. The first money started off as debt. Literally, the worst it was watching multipolar Latin American. Oh, I know. And a lot of them that I knew, that I understand why the idea, like, I understand why, like, some of the people I knew that are Brazilian during the rule of Bolsonaro and everything, right? Like, why they thought like the multipolarity, blah blah blah, right? Like, not having him beholden just to U.S. interest. Like, I get that, right? But it's just such a reactionary thing that I'm just like, you end up just becoming a reactionary too, just one that wears red instead of blue, right? You know what I mean? It's just like, come on, you can't do that. But I mean, it's is that after the United States forced itself to go back on a gold standard, that's when the United States had the long depression. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, longer than the Great Depression, right? It was like depending on how you measure it, it essentially lasted from, like, or no, it must have been earlier than that. 76 to, no, was it 75? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But it's like from the 1870s to 1896, just a depression. Why? Because having everything based on gold, which is a finite resource, right, means that now the quantity of money lessens. So that means literally you're taking money out of the economy. That causes the economy to contract. Like, this is not rocket science. It's like, just sit down and just think about it. You know? Yeah, Andrew Genocide Jackson. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, yes, there was that too, right? But the problem is that the people there were focusing almost entirely on the bank thing, right? Because they're like, oh, but then everything was ruined because of what happened on Jekyll Island, right, in Georgia or whatever. And it's just like, the Federal Reserve is not the Bank of the United States. Like, those two things are not the same thing. I don't know, like, why people still believe it, but, it's prepper knowledge, as Raven says.
We need a federal anti-slap law. So without an applicable anti-slap law, CoffeeZilla's defense is going to get extremely expensive, even if he's successful. But let's look at Logan Paul's lawsuit. Paul's complaint alleges that
Actually, the value of the U.S. dollar has plummeted since it became a currency. And we have not been on a gold standard since about 1913. So, gold standards are also horrific for economic crises like the Great Depression, like wars, which is why that's usually when countries, if they are on them, go off of them, because then that causes inflation to happen. And then that causes them having to devalue their currency by at least half. So, I mean, first choice would be to avoid, right? But commodity money is not the way to go. Commodity money is not the way to go, because gold is itself, right, subject to, market pressures, right? Like, just because it has a lot of value right now doesn't mean that making all the money dependent on the amount of gold that the United States has would allow for people to have a more stable currency. It would mean that that currency is now tied to the stability of the commodity, right? Because there have also been periods of time when the United States was on a silver standard, right? And in fact, the book The Wizard of Oz, right, actually has a lot of metaphorical elements that are describing, right, like the yellow brick road, right, the golden brick road, right, leading to the Emerald City, right, anyway. But like the background of that is the change from a silver standard to a gold standard, right, to back the greenback. But gold does not represent anything finite. Like, it doesn't make the dollar more stable. It makes it as stable as gold is, which is a commodity. So it's like, well, we could choose any commodity. Why not choose hay or soybeans, right? Like, but people just have an obsession with precious metals because they think that was the first currency. And it wasn't. Commodity money was invented way after debt money. Debt money is literally like the origin of all money. So anyway, it doesn't really matter. But
CoffeeZilla's commentary about CryptoZoo perpetuates a false narrative that CryptoZoo was a scam orchestrated by Paul. He says that CoffeeZilla knew he was making false statements when he published.
The value of the U.S. dollar has always been about how many guns we point. Yeah, I mean, that too. Like, that's not taking into account imperialism. That's not taking into account the Bretton Woods system, which was not a gold standard. It was a gold exchange mechanism standard, right? The countries that had been destroyed by World War II were forced to give up their gold to the United States in exchange for U.S. dollars. It was not a gold standard. And then they had to purchase everything from the United States, like all the materials to build back their countries, with the Marshall Plan money and everything like that from American companies, right? So it was, yeah, the plutonium standard. Yeah, well, yeah.
The videos. So what are the allegedly false and defamatory statements? Well, it started with the December 2022 YouTube series. Right off the bat, in response to those videos, Paul threatened to sue CoffeeZilla. In a now deleted video, Paul said, quote,
"You led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience. That is patently false."
And Paul accused CoffeeZilla of not reaching out to him to get the facts until December 24th, 2022. On Twitter, CoffeeZilla said he contacted Paul in October seeking clarification about the CryptoZoo project, and you can see his questions for Paul on the Instagram post. And these messages went unanswered. And at the time, Paul swiftly backed down. Then CoffeeZilla tweeted, quote, "Logan called me, he said he's deleting the 2 responses and is dropping the lawsuit threats." CoffeeZilla had planned to release another video about CryptoZoo, but decided to delay the video so he could include Paul's response. And here was Logan Paul's later response, saying the war is not with coffee, and, quote, "I'm grateful he brought this to light." He apologized and promised to come up with a plan to make things right. CoffeeZilla.
And yet those countries ended up with free healthcare, guaranteed vacation, and well, one of the reasons why was because, like Germany was split in half, right? So, like the Soviet, the Red Army was right there, and already had those things for all of its citizens, right? So, like, again, the only reason why, like, the New Deal, all of the social democratic things that European countries did was only done because of the threat of communism, right? That was the only reason why. Only reason why. And like I said, the value of the US dollar has been in decline since it became a currency. Like, that is because inflation by definition has gone up. I mean, even just from the 70s, it's gone up over 580%. Like, it just, like, because one, under a capitalist economy, inflation is good, right? Up to a certain extent, at least, right? So they aim for 3 to 4% every single year. So that means, like, prices have to rise over time. So something like $7.25 back when it, the minimum wage back when it was first promulgated would buy you now $63 worth. Are people going to be paid $63 now? I doubt it.
Warned Paul that he would continue to follow the CryptoZoo story, saying the quote, "The right thing to do here is refunds for the affected victims. That's what this has always been about." Now, there's no actionable defamation in these old exchanges, since Logan Paul acknowledges what CoffeeZilla reported was true, and they're also outside of the 1-year statute of limitations for bringing libel claims in Texas. But that's where things get interesting, because Logan Paul...
It's interesting you bring that up, anti-corporatist, because, yes, France guarantees 7 weeks. Mexico recently passed a law that made it 15 days of the year. And it does not matter if it's your first year working there or your last year, or, not last year, but, like 3rd year working there, right? Like, like in the United States, they will often give you more vacation days as you work there longer. In Mexico, they didn't like that because then, if people are if people can find a way to stay on the job for many different ways, right? I won't necessarily elaborate on that, but I think people understand what I mean. That then they would get those benefits. So instead they said, well, let's just give everybody the benefit from the jump, right? So in America, you still get none. You get no maternity leave, nothing. It's all dependent on your employer. If they think that you having a child is worth giving you paid time off.
Announced a 3-step plan to remedy the problem.
So I'd like to announce my 3-step plan moving forward. Step 1, Jeff and I are going to burn our Zoo tokens so we have no financial upside in the game and it will add value to holder tokens. Step 2, we want to offer a rewards program for players who are disappointed in the status of the game. So essentially you're going to be able to burn your base egg or your base animal for the mint price, which was 0.1 ETH or the equivalent in BNB. I am personally committing 1,000 ETH to this, which is about $1.3 million right now for players who want to get out. And then step 3, obviously finish and deliver the game.
Now, Paul made promises to remedy the situation, but not everyone was happy. So some of the customers sued him, and they went to arbitration, where they were represented by attorney Tom Kirker, who you might know by his online moniker, Attorney Tom. Now, put a pin in that, we're going to come back to it. But fast forward 6 months later when CoffeeZilla tweeted out, "Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose a scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up." Now,
So his drink is Prime. Oh, okay. Like, I've always seen it because it's like these very garish colors, or at least the ones that like they sell around here. Because they're not flavors I think that are the ones that are the best. The flavors that they sell in stores in West LA neighborhoods, but here it's like the other ones, so.
And Logan Paul alleges that CoffeeZilla's tweet is libel per se. A defamation or libel per se describes statements which are considered to be so harmful on their face that the plaintiff doesn't need to prove special damages, that they can get by with basically no damages and still file suit. In Texas, defamation per se includes accusing someone of having an infectious disease, accusing someone of a crime, or making statements that harm someone in their job or profession. Now, in this
Accusing someone of having a disease. I feel like Texas, like, being the way it is, would not, like, oh god, I can't even imagine how they would rule on that.
context, the allegation of defamation per se probably doesn't make any difference whatsoever. But in general, to prove defamation, he has to show 1, the publication of a false statement of fact, 2, that was defamatory concerning the plaintiff, and 3, that the person made the statement with actual malice, and 4, damages. And I'll remind you that the term actual malice is a legal term of art. It does not mean that the publication of false statements was made with mean intention, but rather that the plaintiff has to actually...
Yeah, the Family Medical Leave Act guaranteed unpaid leave, so you won't get fired if you have time off for that, but still no pay, right? And a lot of people don't realize it because they say, oh, well, you have the FMLA, and it's like, it's not what you think it is. It's literally like it's like they have a substitute for you, right, or someone else, and they just don't pay you. It's just like they won't fire you necessarily, right? So that's it,
know that what they're saying is false or act with reckless disregard for the truth of that statement. And here Logan Paul alleges that, quote, the accusation that Paul operated a financial scam is one that tends to harm his reputation so as to lower him in the estimation of the community or deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. The June 29th, 2023 ex post is libels per se, and that it tends to affect Paul in his profession or occupation, and accuse Paul of engaging in illegal conduct. Now, according to Texas law, a statement constitutes defamation per se if it injures a person in his office, profession, or occupation, but this is interpreted narrowly so it doesn't prohibit legitimate complaints against a person for their professional conduct. And generally, disparagement of a general character equally discernible to all persons is not enough unless the particular quality disparagement is of such a character that it is peculiarly valuable in the plaintiff's business or profession. Now, what is Logan Paul's profession?
Well, like, yeah, like it's like that's the thing, is like it's meant so that like the way how I've always looked at laws that are about this is that it's against the can you call your manager type complaints, right? Like, it has to be an actual complaint that can't be arbitrated either through the your place of work, right, with their arbitration process, or other more immediate forms of redress. This has to be something which is actually within the purview of the court to some extent, right? Like it actually has to be something that is beyond the general expectations of your profession, right? What's the unionization rate in Mexico? I would say it's well, in the discounting the what's it called, the under the table, I guess, workers, or the it's actually not that bad. The largest union in the country, I believe, in Mexico is the teachers union, which is because, like, public education was taken in the 30s and 40s, was taken very seriously. So they decided to instead to create the a huge union, right, that covered all of the public school teachers all at once, as opposed to like this state, that state, that so. But let me actually check, because I want to make sure I give you a good answer. Because I do think it's, I want to say it's higher than, yeah. Oh. It says here, 12.4%. So, could be more, but I know that one of the largest unions is the teaching one.
arguably an influencer or boxer. He's not a developer, he's not a financial professional, nor does he have any special knowledge of NFTs and how the blockchain works, clearly. So really, even if it mattered here, the allegation of defamation...
But a lot of that is also due to, again, like, people not being in the formal, having formal employment. You know what I mean? Which is a big problem, right? Like, if there were more people in formal employment, then perhaps that number would be higher. But because so much of it is in the informal economy, because of imperialism, et cetera, right? And the underdevelopment that has caused.
Per se, probably wouldn't apply anyway. But anyway, Logan Paul says by 2023, CoffeeZilla knew that CryptoZoo wasn't a scam. He says, quote, "The post was a gross and intentional distortion of Paul's prior statements in which he referenced CoffeeZilla's research as a positive in the sense that it had helped expose the wrongdoing by Paul's former business partners, who had also hoodwinked and victimized Paul. Feinstein knew this, but he intentionally conveyed to the public the false accusation that Paul was a participant in a scam and intentionally defrauded people to increase his own profile by continuing to attack a well-known celebrity." And Logan Paul cites the mean tweets as proof that his reputation was ruined by CoffeeZilla's scam comment. But number one, he would have a very hard time proving damages. But more to the point, there's little evidence to support the claim that CoffeeZilla's characterizations were false in the first place. There was no completed game, his fans weren't paid back, and CoffeeZilla discovered that the people that Logan Paul was working with had lied. Not to mention, this seems to be a classic opinion based on disclosed facts about the type of person that Paul is. In fact, they all seem to agree on the underlying facts that CryptoZoo was in fact a scam. The only difference is that Logan Paul is claiming that he was also a victim of bad developers as well, and CoffeeZilla says that when you put your name on something and you run the whole project, the reputation is yours. Logan Paul doesn't like the implication, but you can't force your opinion onto someone else. In fact, CoffeeZilla could probably write another tweet saying that Logan Paul is the type of person to sue you for defamation when you exercise your First Amendment rights. Moreover, to the extent that the tweet is factual, it seems accurate. Logan Paul has blocked CoffeeZilla for years. He hasn't paid back all of his customers, so, where's the lie? Additionally, on June 30th, 2023, CoffeeZilla published a video entitled "Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over." Logan Paul alleges that this video is defamation per se, again, objecting to the characterization of CryptoZoo as a scam. He says...
I mean, but it's not. Like, I don't understand. Like, if the said things that he even tried to redress in the video prior, then, and he's still doing it, then he can't say that that's not true. Otherwise, why did he try to redress it in the first place? Like,
CoffeeZilla, quote, "left no doubt that he was accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding individuals who bought egg NFTs or Zoo tokens by referring to those people as his, Logan Paul's, victims, declaring to his audience that Paul was guilty, and his offer to reimburse buyers of egg NFTs was an admission of guilt, and stating that Paul was just pretending he'd changed." This video has been viewed nearly 6 million times, and I highly recommend watching it again so it can be viewed 6,000,001 times. So, did CoffeeZilla make false claims about Logan Paul in this video? Well, the point of the video was, quote, "Logan Paul promised $1.8 million to the affected victims, saying, 'In the meantime, I have committed more than $1.8 million for those who do not want to wait for CryptoZoo to be..."
yeah, like, I never understood, like, because, like, crypto coins are, like, you can own, like, fractional amounts. It's like, oh, you have 0.00067% or 67 ETH or whatever, and it's like, what does that even mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I guess for me, because it is, right, like, in abstraction, but also it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't click for me for some reason.
However, despite bragging about making millions with Prime, there have been no updates about the status of these updates. Now, Logan Paul says that CoffeeZilla was, quote, "aware at the time of the publication that these statements were false, or at a minimum had a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false." But we can look to the video. Here's Logan Paul complaining that CoffeeZilla reached out to his manager rather than him personally.
Maybe we could have talked about this if you had reached out to me, personally. Not my manager, Jeff, who is not me, Steven.
It's like owning gold, except it's not pretty, and new algorithms could wipe out all of its value. I mean, yeah, I guess that's an interesting way to compare it to that. Because, yeah, like, it's the reason why, like, as a commodity, tying the US dollar to oil, for example, would be a horrible thing. Because, like, like when you had the oil embargo, right? Suddenly the price of, of oil in the United States was very high, and gas, right? And during, like, the pandemic, right? So, like, that's why, like, gold standards and commodity money is never good during crises, right? Like, and that's why, like, we return back to what money originally was, debt money, right? So.
But when CoffeeZilla reached out to Paul, he heard back from Paul's lawyer.
"Well, I did reach out to you, and I got no response. In fact, the only response I got came on my 4th attempt to reach Logan, but..."
One thing I will say about CoffeeZilla is that I like that he has this, like, aesthetic, right? Or this, like, whole theme that he has, right? Of this kind of, like, like those like detective novels, right, where they live in the city and it's like it's like always late at night. We won't let you talk about Comrade Gaddafi. Like, that's a whole different story. I won't even try to talk on. Yeah, that's a whole different story. But no, but like I like that he really likes this aesthetic of the like detective, right? That is in the city, right, trying to like fight crime, and even dresses a particular way. I actually find that rather interesting, because like we've had such a like we no longer have people for whom that's really a thing anymore, right? So to see him do it in a very specific way, of course, and do it in a way that like makes sense, right? Like he tries to play it out where he's like speaking to a robot, right? It's like cyberpunk or whatever, steampunk, I don't know. He's talking to a robot at a bar, right? Yeah, detective noir. There we go. Perfect. Detective noir. Thank you. I was like, I know it's something, but
This one came from his criminal defense lawyers. A guy named Jeffrey Neiman emailed me after my 4th attempt saying, Steven, see inserted on behalf of Logal Paul. Now, to be honest, I had
who's Logal Paul?
no idea who Logal Paul was until I researched the lawyer and learned that he, quote, regularly defends individuals and corporations in white-collar criminal litigations.
Oh, no. What? Okay, so he defends... Yeah, I'm not even gonna...
And that's when I realized, oh, that Logal Paul. Why didn't you just say you defended alleged white-collar criminals? Would have saved me a Google search. So I opened up the letter and it read, we represent Logan Paul. Mr. Paul has informed us of your outreach about the status of the CryptoZoo buybacks. Mr. Paul remains committed to this process. We are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal. In the meantime, please direct to our attention any further inquiries to Mr. Paul. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Now, that might seem like a good step in the right direction to you. At least we got a response on behalf of Logal.
And as CoffeeZilla points out, there are two things absent from the lawyer's statement.
But when I read their response carefully, I realized things were actually worse than I thought. Because two things are absent from this statement. One, a timeline for refunds, and two, a plan for refunds. I mean, you have this abominable statement which says, we are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal. So you're still at the whiteboard then. Guys, this is a statement you say when you have no plan or you're stalling, right? You say, we're evaluating the best options. I mean, that's where Logan was back.
I mean, that's literally like the U.S. government constantly, like, we're evaluating our best options of, how to bring, good faithful actors in the Middle East to, begin discussion on the, Palestinian, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's how everything they say sounds.
In January, he was evaluating. Am I supposed to believe 6 months later, you guys haven't figured this out? You've gathered all the boys in the office, brainstorming every single day. How do we refund people? And you don't know?
Now, recall that we talked about how Logan Paul is currently being sued in real life by Tom Kirker, Attorney Tom, in arbitration, and they're seeking damages caused by Paul's crypto venture. But perhaps the most shocking thing about this whole thing is that Logan Paul's lawsuit, the complaint, actually admits a whole bunch of the stuff that Attorney Tom was going to have to prove for that case.
That's... Yeah, this is great. It's great when people like this, like, they end up doing a lawsuit that involves them having to do discovery and all of this stuff, and it literally puts into public, right? Because the evidence has to be made public as well, right? And now Attorney Tom is literally going to have all the documents he could ever want to prove his case. That's great.
One of the reasons you should never file performative lawsuits in the first place, even though it's
yeah,
to do.
Perry Mason, yeah, exactly.
Lawsuit, you should do it for self-interested reasons. Here, it'll very likely prejudice the defense of his case against the accusations in the other arbitration. Moreover, the whole complaint basically admits that CryptoZoo was broken beyond belief, which most people would qualify as a scam. But Logan Paul just claims to be a victim of his own developers. Now, it's not dispositive, but Merriam-Webster defines a scam as a fraudulent or deceptive act. Or
oh my God! It literally says kids definition. Do you see that, chat? Do you see that? It literally says kids definition. Yeah, which is funny because, like a lot of the people that, are dictionary Daniels, I don't know, they're like, it says this, therefore this is all it can ever be, and it's like, that's the kid's definition, sir. Now, you know what I mean? Like,
operation. Paul committed $1.8 million to pay people back, but for some reason after 6 months, he never followed through on his 3-step plan. Though in fairness, since there is a whole bunch of pending litigation, that might be the reason why he hasn't taken remedial steps. You need to figure all that out before you can start paying out millions of dollars. But still, one is allowed to have the opinion that by not paying off the victims, that you're simply perpetuating a scam. Here's CoffeeZilla reading from the post where Paul outlined what he would do.
I mean, listen, he had more of a plan, Logan did, back in January. I'm not even sure what there is to even still figure out, because way back then, January 16th, he said, I've committed more than 1.8 million for those who do not want to wait for CryptoZoo to be completed. Players will be able to burn their base eggs and base animals for their mint price. I mean, there it is. That's the plan. Pay a blockchain dev to code that.
wait a second, burn them? Jeez, my goodness gracious. Like, why would you... Oh my gosh, the values that people are being taught on the internet.
Up and pay the victims their money. That's it.
This video also calls Paul out for not explaining himself for the delay in paying people back, and I can't fathom that there's anything false here. Many people were wondering about their refunds, but Logan Paul wasn't responding to them, leading them to conclude that he was being deceptive when he made the promises. Again, people are allowed to have their opinions based on the disclosed facts. And even CoffeeZilla predicted that Logan Paul would eventually claim that he had to be silent because he was a defendant in a lawsuit.
Only he's tried this before, and it didn't make a lot of sense then either.
I had to rely on my team. I crumbled internally, and the advice was, while actually...
See, oh gosh, when they do this, well, it wasn't me, it was because of my team. Like, just stop. Literally, this could have been resolved already, and you literally would have been able to keep your reputation. But no, you're dragging it out because you keep thinking that over the next hill you're gonna get off scot-free. No, you kind of like Kamala Harris, right? We can, it's not going to be unburdened by the past, right?
Legal process was going on because of criminal investigation taking place that CoffeeZilla highlighted in his series. I had to stay silent, and for a year, I'm hounding Jeff. How do we make this right?
So at base, CoffeeZilla is going to...
Also, like, in his podcast, he's just talking to, like, his own bros that, like, live in this mansion with him, right? Like, okay, yeah, if your best bro is, like, hey, if, I mean, if you're telling him, of course he's going to agree with you. I mean...
have two probably pretty good defenses. First, these comments are 100% true, and second, they form the basis of his legally protected opinion, which is that Paul is a scammer because he cheated his fans out of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I don't want to know what goes on in that mansion either, Raven. I don't want to know what goes on in a lot of mansions. I'll put it to you like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like...
And finally, Paul's third claim is that a January 5th, 2024 YouTube video called Logan Paul's Refund, CoffeeZilla accused Paul of orchestrating a massive con, referred to Paul as a serial scammer, and claimed that Paul scammed those who bought Zoo tokens or CryptoZoo egg NFTs.
It is still 100% within Logan Paul's power as a near billionaire with Prime to make things right, fully right, with his fans.
He's a billionaire? Oh my gosh, this is even worse than I thought. I honestly, look. I knew that, like, Logan Paul was like some celebrity of some sort. I knew that he was like a MMA fighter, right? Is that what he is? MMA fighter? I don't know. And that he also made like videos. That's kind of like generally what I knew. He's a billionaire because of the drinks? Because of the drinks? Why? I don't know.
Who he scammed.
Money is wasted on the rich.
On January 4th, 2024, Paul officially announced on X that his CryptoZoo egg NFT buyback program was operational. He posted a link to a website where holders could submit a claim for buyback, with Paul committing up to $2.3 million of his own money to the effort. And on that same day, Paul sued Ibanez and Greenbaum, alleging that they'd scammed Paul and he relied on their advice. Now, CoffeeZilla's January 5th video was published one day after Paul sued the developers and finally made a refund offer. Paul claims that since CoffeeZilla had many of the documents and text messages Paul cited in his lawsuit, that any characterization of Paul as a...
Oh, is he trying to go for that mullet thing too, that like Noah Samson did, or is his hair just like that? Because I've seen like lots of content creators try to go for that like mullet look, but
con or a scammer is false and defamatory. But CoffeeZilla's video explains that Logan Paul's refund offer came with a bunch of strings.
Yeah.
He was
Scamming
offering
kids,
2.3
yeah.
million, but the estimated damages are more than 18 million.
Because I think, didn't he do something that, like, got him banned off of YouTube or something? I, like, vaguely remember that, like, it was... Oh, it had to do something with Japan, right? He went to that forest that you really should not film in, right? And, like, decided to show, you know... If I remember correctly, I don't know, I could be complete. Yeah, the Okigahara Forest. Yeah, exactly.
And anyone who accepts the refund must waive their legal rights to participate in a lawsuit filed by Attorney Tom or any other legal action against Paul.
Logan may be losing. Put in that light then. This refund starts to look less like a good faith attempt to make things right and more like...
Because to me, he looks like a lot of, like, California college students that are, like, would get into, like, crypto and invest and, like, lose all their money and be like, well, it's okay because, like, I can always just ask my dad for more money, you know, like that's the problem, is, like, that's the vibe he gives me, right? I'm not saying that that's bad, it's just the vibe he gives me, right? Real good example of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Right, exactly. Yeah.
a cynical bargaining chip to avoid getting in even more trouble.
Now, I don't know if Logan Paul is acting in good faith, but CoffeeZilla is perfectly entitled to that opinion. And there's no way to prove that factually, in Logan's brain, he had good intentions all along, including when his lawyers made a settlement offer. But CoffeeZilla certainly has plenty of reasons for concluding that there was a con and a scam. And as he points out in the video, he watched Logan's fans beg for a refund for 3 years.
But I was wrong.
Yeah, like if you're fans, like that's the thing, is like these people not only invested into like you, like their time, you know, which by the way, thank you all of you who are here, you know, I really appreciate each and every one of you watching for investing your time, so to speak, here. But yeah, like, you know, obviously it's different because he was like a constantly creating content, right? But I mean, that's just wrong, you know? Like, why would you do it against the people that, like, live, you know, that made you a celebrity? Like, I don't get it. Who doesn't love a good rant? True.
I mean, I wasn't wrong the first time he said I was wrong, when he said he was going to still finish the game. I was wrong that he was going to do it at all.
But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information. See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that CryptoZoo isn't...
Oh my gosh, that needs to be turned into a soundbite. I've said it's coming for 1,000 times. No, anyway, just...
May. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
Oops.
It is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
So much for making damn sure of it, because there's no game.
And despite hemming and hawing about the game, Logan Paul didn't actually finish the CryptoZoo game. And ironically, the lawsuit that Logan Paul filed against the developers...
It's okay, Logan. I get it, you know, like... It's fine. It's fine to be nervous, okay? It's fine.
A good use of CoffeeZilla's investigations and videos about Ibanez's background and Greenberg's secret sales of tokens.
Turns out, Eddie Ibanez's entire backstory was a fabrication, including the MIT NFL story. Can you believe it? It's like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Why do so many dudes want to, like, claim that they went to MIT? Like, bro, like, just go to MIT. You know what I mean? Like, actually just try to get into MIT, right? Even if you have to do the, like, community college and then transfer, just do that, please. Like, just go to MIT, because there they will literally just, like, show you that all of your stupid scams are just, like, worthless.
And then he goes, yeah, well, you won't believe what I discovered. Crypto King secretly sold tokens.
Yeah, because he would. Yeah.
Logan just shamelessly rips off my work claim for claim without citing me. I mean, he says things like, Mr. Greenbaum would later admit that he made millions of dollars through his surreptitious sales of Zoo tokens. But where did Logan find that admission? Was it perhaps when he investigated my video? Time and time again, this lawsuit copies my work, but is embarrassed to cite it. So
I mean, like, these people are being blatant. Like, I don't care if you tell people I sold 1.7 million. $1.7 million? Like, that is life-changing money. I mean, one, it's money from people who believed in the project in the first place, right? A lot of it being children, right? Like minors, right? Let alone, right? But $1.7 million, like it's nothing. Like, I cannot even fathom even people seeing $100 as nothing. And yet here we are. Crypto is commodity futures, and it's no. I mean, I totally agree with you. Because he could, and your entire life, mind you, literally, it would literally change my entire life. Like, I would like be able to, and it's funny because none of the things I even want are grandiose. It's like just move into a place that has air conditioning, right? A place where I can buy some more bookshelves and get another screen so that way I can stream more. That would literally be like, be able to take my puppies to the vet more regularly because I can't afford to take them every single time right on the time that they're supposed to, right? Which it's not bad if it's within like a few weeks, which is what it typically is, but it sucks sometimes to like I have to wait until they do the 50% off on whatever day of the week or whatever. Too spicy? Oh no, trust me, no, you're good. I don't know if some people stop to think about how much $1 million is. Like, why do you need 2, 3, 5, 100? What reason is there to have that? Right, exactly. Like, even for me, I'm like, look, if all I have is a place to live and my books and internet and stuff like that, like, I'm happy. Like, I don't like Norman Finkelstein actually talks about this. Like, he said, I don't think that people actually need a lot of money to to be happy, right? I think that they need just a little bit of money, right? The very basic things that they need, like the computer, the blah blah blah, and they would be happy. And I think, like, generally speaking, that would make sense. Like, if I didn't have to worry about rent every single month, right? Like, that would be nice. That would be nice, but alas.
They even have to say things like, based on public reports. What public report? Mr. Ibanez made approximately $1.7 million from selling zoo tokens. I could swear I've heard that before. And for my calculations, he made about $1.7 million.
So Logan Paul has sued CoffeeZilla for making false statements because he keeps repeating facts that Paul has acknowledged in his own lawsuit against the developers are true. But Logan Paul just doesn't like how CoffeeZilla has characterized these facts. Now, sure, Logan Paul wants people to look at these same facts and conclude that he had positive intentions and that he got taken advantage of the bad guys. And maybe you do, but you're also welcome to conclude that Logan Paul is a serial scammer because two people can draw different conclusions from the same facts and it doesn't qualify as defamation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, same thing with historians, right? Like, there are historians that, when they are writing their own histories, take a much more, like, what I would say, a more older conservative structuralist approach, right? Of like, when we look at the Roman Empire, we need to look at it in blah, blah, blah ways, right? And then there's someone like me that's like very interdisciplinary, very, like, oh, we need to look at, queer people, we need to look at, blah, blah, BIPOC and all of this stuff, and think of how all these things, all of these different things, right? Because, you know what I mean? As opposed to, like, hegemonic structures and blah, 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 right? And it's like, yeah, like, you can, we can both be presented with the same things, right, to base our arguments off of and write two different books, right? Facts don't care about your feelings. Ben Shapiro was right once. Knowing the Shapiros, I will refuse to give credit to Ben, but the saying is a good one.
And while things that are labeled as opinion can sometimes give rise to defamation, they still need to be a verifiable fact. And there's actually case law applying the word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme. And courts have decided that using...
Also, like, that's another thing, too, is, like, because people started scamming, like, average Joes and Janes and, everybody else with, Joes, Janes, and Jennifers. No, Jennifer is the ultimate ND name. No, because of the fact that, like, immediately, like, once it became very public, they immediately, like, scams were, like, the only thing it was used for. It immediately just, like, the law already had to be amended far sooner in history. Well, saying it like that makes you sound like, oh, in 1860 they were talking about crypto. No, what I mean is like well before what people think the law would start to define what a crypto scam is when they did it, because people started to scam people like immediately, and that's something that like jurists have to deal with immediately, you know.
The word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme is generally not a
Or
verifiable
actually-
fact that can be proved true.
That's true. They would have been talking about tulips in the 17th century. Yes, that's exactly true. Like, never trust a tulip, okay? I don't care what your Aunt Esther says. No more tulips, okay? Stop. No more investing in tulip coin, okay? Otherwise, no more going to Coney Island Beach, okay? No more going to Coney, you know.
Or false, but even if you could, it would still qualify as an opinion. And that makes sense. We call things scams all the time when there's an outcome that we don't necessarily like. Logan Paul asserts that you can only use the word scam to describe something where they intentionally intended something to steal money from someone, but that just doesn't jive with the regular definition of scam that we use all the time. Though it might actually apply in this case too. We don't know. Now, Logan Paul's lawsuit seeks compensatory damages for the harm to his reputation, emotional distress, punitive damages.
Emotional bruh, just calm down. Like, you know, do you know the can of worms you just opened? Like, literally. Like, you try to pull off an Orpheus and Eurydice, and like, as soon as you took one step away, you look back. Okay? Eurydice ain't leaving ever. Okay.
And an injunction to prevent CoffeeZilla from continuing to report on CryptoZoo. But the bottom line is that Logan Paul filed this lawsuit because he wants to silence his main critic. And that's the very definition of a slap suit. And even though CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the TCPA, he still has every other defense to a defamation lawsuit, including his statements are true facts, and also his own opinions. The First Amendment also protects rhetorical hyperbole, which is how we describe exaggeration.
It's interesting he mentioned the phrase true facts. Because then that raises the question that I think Bruno Latour very nicely answers in Laboratory Life, where he states that, like, one, even scientific facts are constructed, right? Because factus in Latin means that which happened, right? Hecho, right? Like in Spanish means like something which occurred. But like then there's also different things, like the fact that facts have a lifespan of about 7 years. Not all of them. And I'm not saying that, but like what I'm saying is like science, right, and history and all this stuff, right? It's always questioning to where, you know, that's the reason why history is always being rewritten, right? There's the, like the people that are trying to like enforce like us, like the Project 2025 and all that other stuff, right? This one view of like this is what history is like even conservative historians are against that. Like I've actually know like very conservative historians who are against the like monolithic US national history, because they're like, actually it's wrong, because you're actually but it's usually because of things like you don't talk enough about this horrific thing, you know what I mean? But
over the top speech employed for rhetorical effect. And frankly, even if these statements were defamatory, Paul would probably struggle to prove damages. Now, so far, CoffeeZilla hasn't said anything publicly, which is very smart. He's hired some great attorneys, and it looks like he'll let them do the talking, which, again, is smart, because when it comes to IRL legal disputes, this shit gets real. Now, as far as I know, CoffeeZilla has not started a GoFundMe or a campaign to recoup any of his legal defense costs.
however, I did start a throne thing for myself, and if you would like to, please do !throne. It's the pinned gift, and you can contribute for my medical expenses, because again, I'm having a series of operations. I don't want to get too in detail about what they are, but you know, if you would like to help me offset some of those costs, because they are and will become, you know, increasingly prohibitive, you know, I would appreciate that.
And those can get astronomically expensive. Ethan Klein of H3H3 incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in a fair use dispute, and that was 10 years ago. But the next best thing would be to support CoffeeZilla on Patreon, which is where he gets most of his funding anyway. I'll put a link to CoffeeZilla.
And by the way, you can also support me on Patreon. The $5 a month is the one where you actually get access to my writing as well, because I also have a Substack. But if you are a Patreon subscriber, you will also get my written academic texts as well.
His Patreon in the description of this video. I highly recommend becoming a member of CoffeeZilla's Patreon and contributing what you can. CoffeeZilla does great work, and it would be a real shame to let someone like Logan Paul silence CoffeeZilla. And in fact, I did a little digging and found that CoffeeZilla is actually represented by some very good attorneys. In fact, if you've been watching this channel for a while, you might actually have heard of them, because CoffeeZilla has retained Mark Bankston and Bill Ogden over at Farrer and Ball. They have been spearheading much of the defamation litigation against Alex Jones. And
oh, yeah. Oh, then I have... Yeah, no thanks, Legal. I don't necessarily have a problem with Coffee, but he doesn't need my money. I mean, he's very wealthy as well, like, but...
responsible for the approximately $50 million verdict for the Texas plaintiffs against Jones. And Bankston in particular is responsible for what might be the cross...
Oh, thank you so much, Moen. I really appreciate that. I literally get, like, this anxiety, like, when I'm about to post, I'm like, oh no, what do I know? I need to, like, I don't know.
Examination the decade when he created the Perry Mason moment, when he...
Oh, Raven, you mentioned this earlier, the Perry Mason moment. Like, yeah, just a little bit ago. Yeah, I mean, you know. CoffeeZilla has a lot of Patreon patrons. Consider Shakespeare. Consider me. Little me.
Lost Alex Jones on the stand and caught him in a lie after Jones's attorney accidentally sent Bankston the contents of Jones's phone. We talked about that at the time. It was an epic and textbook cross-examination skewering. So CoffeeZilla is in pretty good hands. But don't take it from me. I reached out to CoffeeZilla's lawyers and got Mark Bankston on the phone. Mark, thanks for being here. You are actually representing CoffeeZilla, is that correct?
No, that's correct. My partner Bill Ogden and I have...
oh my gosh. Public Enemy, The Empire Strikes Back. If I had it, I'd give it. Oh, like I said, if you can give, but never feel obliged. I never want people to, like, feel like, you know, anxious or anything like, oh, I can't talk to Shakespeare or don't want to show, because, you know, trust me, take care of yourself first. That is, you are very important to me. Each one of you is very important to me. I want you all to know that. And so please take care of yourselves first. And then, you know, then take, you know, then I would dare to even consider, you know.
Agreed to represent CoffeeZilla in this very exciting suit.
You know, in the world of online lawyers, there's a whole spectrum of people that are qualified and that are not. A quick perusal of your resume seems to indicate that you guys know your way around defamation.
Oh, thank you so much, Raven. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. I really, again, everything helps. Truly, everything helps. Like, especially on those days, like, when I'm out of it and I don't want to do anything. You know, like, honestly, like, when I'm in Irene's chat or whatever, wherever it might be, you know, it's like, it's me trying to, you know, be with my friends, right? My online friends and everything, and just try to, you know, not focus on everything else, you know. But I love that people focus so much on Alex's Perry Mason in actual court. If you watched or listened to any of his deposition, it's all Perry Mason. That's true. I did see that. I have read some of the depositions, and there is so sorry that's on my end. And yeah, it's unbelievable how much of it was Perry Mason. Like, it's almost like that's what he was trying to do, you know.
Yeah, most folks are probably aware of my defamation practice through the lawsuits that I brought against Alex Jones and InfoWars on behalf of several San Diego parents. This situation is used on a different foot. This will actually be the first time that we are defending someone from a defamation suit, but it is something we very strongly believe in this particular case.
What has happened so far?
Right now, very little has happened. There hasn't been an answer in the suit or anything like that. You would usually, in most states at this point, face an anti-slap motion. That type of motion is not available in federal court in the Fifth Circuit in Texas. In this case, the federal court venue was chosen, and there seems to be no obvious reason for that except to avoid the anti-slap motion. Ironically, this is a very, very vicious attack on CoffeeZilla's reputation that really he has no way to vindicate except going in the court and winning on this suit.
Reading the complaint, I was very surprised that Logan Paul had completely rehabilitated his image, and then CoffeeZilla just came out of nowhere and besmirched him for no reason whatsoever. So I found that to be very surprising.
Yeah, it seems far-fetched. I guess we'll have to see where Discovery takes us on that. Definitely. I mean, look, you can look at this suit, and it has all of the hallmarks of a classic slap suit. There's not a single person on this planet who can look at the situation and say that CoffeeZilla knew and intended to tell lies about Logan Paul. You know, I think I.
And with that, I think that this is actually a good stopping point. Thank you all so much again for joining me for this stream. I really appreciate every moment, every second, millisecond, microsecond, etc., that we get to spend together and chat. I have to go now. I need to go eat something because otherwise I start getting a headache, and I'm starting to get one. So I will see you all very soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. And here on Twitch we are going to raid US A-hole. Thank you so much. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Thank you, all of you. I really appreciate all of you being here. Okay?